Hey everybody, how we doing today? I'm drowning in my sorrows. Yeah, you got me. I'm actually a little warm. Let me take this sweater off here. Oh shoot, car key. 1 second, I think my son's gonna need this car key to go to work. 1 second, I'm gonna go put this downstairs next to the front door. 1 second, just give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. All right, Matthias, how's it going, Mr. Cole? Ryan is here. Mr. Oil Field Gas Gifts. Oiled field oil and gassed. Man, I am tongue tied today. Gas gifts. Man, that's like a tongue twister. Oil field oil and gas gifts. Man, that's a mouthful, Ryan. Franco, how's it going, bud? Excellent. Scooty the geezer? Sooty the geezer? Okay. So guys, as I said in my did I say in an email? I don't know. I worked three days on this. I'm actually quite pooped. I worked hard to get this site done by today. And yeah, I literally 20 minutes ago I had to run to the corner store to get a little energy boost because man, I wasn't sure how I was going to do a live stream, so hopefully we'll be good to go. Normally when I get going and get the juices flowing on the stream, it just starts going hard, right? So Wolf, how's it going? Excellent, good to see you, buddy. Mr. Len, Canterbury. I've been to Canterbury. Excellent. That was actually one of my favorite little towns in when I was in England. Man, that was 18 years ago. Damn, that makes me feel old. 18 years ago. Okay. So long ago. Okay. Let's so today we are going to be building a website from scratch. Now, I already built it, okay? It did take me a pretty solid 2.5 days. And 2 of those days, yesterday or Monday and Tuesday, were like long days too. Okay. So I'm going to try to condense this down as much as possible. I do want to make sure that I kind of go over the whole process. I think it's a simple website, but yeah, I thought it would be fun to build a website from scratch with Foundation 6. I know that a lot of new users are coming from Foundry and kind of want to learn the ropes. And this is it's a simple website. And so yeah, I thought that would be kind of an interesting idea to just rebuild this entire site from scratch and then integrate it with Total CMS 3. Now I use Total CMS 3 on this because, well, I needed to build a website that was live, right? It needed there's nothing to test a product than to actually build something with it. Now, locally I build these little test demo websites, right? But like building an actual web page or an actual website using a tool, nothing can compare to that, right? So, yeah, last Friday. Now, this website is for a mastermind group that I run. I've ran this group for maybe 10 years now. I don't even remember. It's been a long time. And it's just a little website to help manage our weekly meetups. Okay. And yeah, so I thought it was a simple website, something that was useful, and I got to test out Total CMS 3. Okay, so it was kind of a win-win-win all around. And without further ado, let's go ahead. You don't want to hear me jabber on about this. you want me to share my screen. All right. Kyle, he needed a Celsius today too, right? Dude, these things are good. I've resisted watching the videos that tell you how bad they are for you, because man, they work. Never have two of them though. Like early on, I banged two of them a couple times, and wow, that's a lot of caffeine. Okay, so keep it to one. You're good to go. But because my wife says they're super horrible for you, and I resist watching the videos telling me why they're horrible for you, I try not to drink them unless I really feel the need to. So today is the day. Where are we going? Okay, let's go ahead and let's load up this website. Okay, let me log in here. Oops, 1 second. I gotta go into this, and we go into there. Oops, what happened there? Oh, that's the wrong one. That login's for the live site. This is my local one. Actually, no, yeah, no. Actually, hold on. All right, okay. All right. That's the admin portal. We want to go to the live website. All right. Now, obviously, what you're seeing here, this is the site we're going to be building today. Okay. Simple little web page. All right. There's not a lot to it. It's just simple menu bar up at the top. Have a little mission statement. We'll have like a little grid of meeting notes, right? So notes from every meeting, who attended, who missed. And then further down, we have like a directory. Okay. So directory of people. And, I guess here, let me go over the feature list from top down, I guess. Okay. So up here, we have the ability to add a new meeting. So you can click on that. It'll add a meeting. Okay. We have our list of meetings here. You can click on this and it'll open up that particular meeting's notes. Okay. Obviously this is all dummy data. Okay. But, yeah, so we'll have notes here. And then you can also search, right? So you can be like, search for Joe. Okay. And voila. Right. So it has a search page. You can do a full content search here, and it'll search all the meetings and give you the results. And when here, you can go ahead and see, the meetings. Okay. So yeah, there we go. Okay. So that's pretty simple. And then further down, we have the, all of the members of the group. Okay. With their phone numbers. If you click on the phone number, it'll actually call it with FaceTime or whatever. Right. You click on the email, it'll send the email. It'll open it in mail.app, right? Or whatever your default email client is. We click on their person's website. If you click on here, let's go to me, right? If you click on this is my goals, right? So you have a little bit information about me, my goals for the year, my goals for this particular quarter. Okay. And then below we have links to all the various social media profiles, right? So if I want to find, now in this case, I only have it on my card. Okay. It doesn't have any of the others, but kind of get it. So depending on if the person adds that information to their profile, the icons will show up here. You'll notice that everybody does have a contact card. And if you click on that, it actually opens up a QR code, which if you were to scan that with your phone, it'll add the contact card to your phone, which is pretty cool. Okay. It would be nice to eventually figure out a way to, if you're on a Mac, download it or something like that, right? But yeah, I just wanted kind of an excuse to use the QR code features in Total CMS. So, yeah, there we go. Total CMS has QR code features if you didn't know. Okay. And that's basically it. Also, with the entire site is authenticated, so you have to be logged in to access it. None of it is accessible on the web. And if you click on this edit profile and goals, it takes you to your profile, right? I know you are logged in, so I allow you to edit your profile. So here you can go ahead and edit all your information. And we have all of that kind of in a custom form, right? So this is a custom Total CMS 3 form. And then I've customized that so that it actually, uses these vertical tabs. Okay, pretty cool. I like it. I think it works out fairly nice. Okay, I'm pretty happy with how things turned out. Okay, let's go back to the homepage. There is actually one page. So there's a charter page. So again, I just built the site this week. So one thing we're going to be doing in my meeting on Friday is we're kind of drafting up a charter for the group, which kind of like the rules of the group, right? And various standard operating procedures and whatnot, right? And so this actual page will be publicly accessible. Because let's say in the future we want to invite someone, we want to send them our charter so they can actually see it and know whether or not this kind of group will fit with their schedule and whatnot. Okay. So just to show you here, I'm going to log out. Okay. And if I go to the charter page, hey, you'll notice that the charter page is accessible, minus the menu, right? It doesn't show any of the menus. It's just like the blank charter page. Okay. But if you go to any other page, if I click on this, I'm not logged in, so it's going to prompt me to log in. Oops, did I type that wrong? What the heck? Oh, I need to be, hold on. There's 2-level alt. We'll talk about that in a little bit. All right. And I will go into when we start doing Total CMS, we'll dive into the admin area a little bit. But at first, actually, we're going to go over just the raw design of the website. Okay. So we're gonna review the raw design, because before I integrate Total CMS, I had to design this. I didn't know what I wanted the site to look like. And so, yeah, I mocked it up using purely Foundation 6 stacks. Okay. And so without further ado, let's close this browser window. We're going to open up RapidWeaver. Okay, we're going to open up. So this is the project file. Now, I wanted to kind of build this from scratch. Instead of me just going through this project file and showing you, I thought it'd be fun to build components from scratch and then maybe bring in some stuff from this project file. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new project. And let's go ahead and add a stacks page. Okay. And so again, this is just a completely blank project file. And that's what we're going to be working on. Okay. Now, here, let's just do, we'll just call this live. I'll save it to my desktop. All right. Now, before I can start designing, something I felt that I needed is like something that's important, I think, to any website. Okay. And that's, here, let's just bring here. Okay. Something that kind of is the rock that kind of determines everything about a website. Not everything, but a lot, right? Is a logo, right? Like, so my group, as you see, is called the Growth Guild. Okay. And we needed a name. So actually the name is new too. Before we were just a group of people that met. And I was like, well, if I'm going to build a website for us, we need a name, right? So I found the Growth Guild, okay, .org, and registered that this week. And so we have a name, cool. And then I needed a logo, okay? And so let me show you the logo. Now, I didn't design this logo, okay? And it looks a little rough, large, okay? But at a small size, it actually looks quite nice, I think, right? I used ChatGPT to design this, okay? And yeah, I figured here, let me show you exactly what I did. Let me go ahead. I'll open up ChatGPT on my Mac. Okay, hold on. Let me put it over here. Let me find the chat. I don't need all my chats posted on the internet. So here, let me find the. Okay, here. All right, so here is my chat that I used to create this logo. Pretty much just said, I need concepts for a logo for a mastermind group called the Growth Guild. That's what I typed, and ChatGPT came out and plopped all these things. So it gave me a bunch of ideas, and I liked this tree emblem with roots and branches, right? I liked the concept of that idea, right? Because it's kind of like growth, right? So I said, I love the tree emblem. Can you mock up some logos for me? And its first mock up was this, and I loved it. I was like, I really like that. Okay. And then I said, hey, can you give me the file? And it created this. And I was like, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this logo, and I could never actually get this particular logo, just give me that raw thing. Right. So what I ended up doing was, I downloaded this particular image and I loaded it into Pixelmator, and I just cropped it and straightened it out. And that's all I did for the logo. Okay. It was purely just me downloading this particular image, throwing it into Pixelmator, and, just getting rid of the background. And as you see in the screenshot, the image was a little cockeyed. So all I did is straighten it out. So yeah, not rocket science. As you see here is the actual image, right? Again, pretty simple. And this website, again, it's nothing for a huge company. If I were to use this as a business or something that was like, more than just a group that I run, I'd probably take this concept and then redesign it using Affinity Designer or pay someone to do it. Okay. I do like the concept of it, but as you see, when we get larger, okay, it's losing some stuff, right? But like I said earlier, I think it looks great small, and that's pretty much the only place it's going to be used, up at the top of the site. Okay. Now, next up is, so now that I have my logo situated, I needed to figure out the site colors. Okay. Now what I did was I opened up the logo. Here, let me just go ahead and open up this logo. Okay. And I want it, in order for my site to, if this is the logo for my site, I want the colors of the website to be used from this logo, right? So what I did is I took my my favorite color tool. It's called Color Slurp. Okay. And all I did is I just used this color picker, and I picked various colors from the image, and I created a color palette, a few shades of green, kind of this gold that's around the outside, and a couple different shades of white. Okay. I kind of have a very light green, which is actually here. And then actually what I did was, so this is, I thought this was going to be my white color, but it turns out it wasn't white enough. So what I did is, there were no other versions of white in this logo, and I didn't want to use white. I try in my designs to not use pure white. Okay. I always try to tone the colors down a little bit, whether or not it's just toning it down. From here, for example, let's just go ahead and do, let's go to my grayscale color palette. Okay. And if you see, like, here's pure white. A lot of times what I will do is I'll adjust it. Now, if I want it to be just pure white but toned down, a trick is to take your colors and reduce them all by the same amount. Okay. So let's say I do 250, 250, 250. Okay. That's FA. A lot of times that's actually maybe too much. I think 250. Oops. Hold on. If I can type. Okay. FC is, I use FC a lot, which is 252. That is very, very close to white. Okay. But it just kind of tones down the really harsh brightness of white sometimes. Okay. But what I did on the Growth Guild, okay, is I started with this color, okay, and then in this tool it has a, let's see, what did I do here? Here, tints, and I just kind of went through this and was like, I just want a slightly whiter tint, like that's pure white. This is just slightly off white, and that was this color that I used here. It's not the same color. I used these to kind of find a slightly off-white version, okay? Now, if you see these colors are 248, 249, 246. What this does is it actually adds a albeit very minor, a very minor green tint to this white. Okay. So yeah, so that's how I found my color palette. So now I have my color palette that I want to use for my website. Now let's go ahead and start using that color palette. Okay. And so over here, what we need to do is we need to start with a site styles, right? So let's go ahead and start with the site styles. Okay. And what I do here is, all right, we'll keep it big. Normally, I mean, I've used site styles a lot, so I tend to remove those distractions. I loved them when I started, but I tend to not need them anymore. Okay. They just kind of are distractions, but I do like that they're there, and some people love them, and I do think they're great. Okay. So let's go ahead and here. Also, I know I'm not going to use any of these extra utility classes. I recommend you turn that off if you don't think you're going to need them. They're on by default for backwards compatibility sake. But yeah, I turn off the load extra utility classes. I love the normal utility classes though. Okay. We might dive into those. I don't know if we'll dive into that today. I have a video on them. Check it out. All right, now our site background. By default, the site backgrounds for all Foundation 6 sites are going to be white. And like I said, I don't like it to be white. So I'm going to go ahead and in here, and I want it to be this color. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take that color and drag it into there. Okay. And as you see, it saved that color. Okay. That's actually kind of a cool little trick that I like about these color palettes is you can just drag and drop your color onto the palette and voila, you get the color. Okay. Max width. I think originally my tests, I reduced this to be 1,000 pixels, and then I increased it back to 1,200. I just like 1,200 pixels for a standard site width. Okay. Okay. Now we have our primary color, our color palettes. Okay. And what I want to do is, I'm going to set my primary color to be this green. Okay. And then I'm going to use this white as the primary text color. Okay. My secondary color, I'm going to use that brown, and I'm going to use that same white color. All right. Let's see. For white, I'm going to use this color. So if anywhere I'm referencing white in various things, I'm just going to use that. Okay. And then for black, I'm going to reference this darker green. And then my overlays, I also want to use this darker green. Okay. And actually, we're going to give that like a 70% opacity. All right. I'm kind of whizzing through some of this stuff. I mean, a lot of this stuff I took time to kind of do back and forths of my content, right? Okay, so now on my header, I'm going to use this color green for my headers. And then I forget, I think in my text, I think I left it black. Let me just check. No, I did make the text the darker green. Okay. And so instead of the text being black, it's going to be this very dark green. Voila. My links are going to be that color. Okay. And then my link hover, I forget what I did. What did I do in link hover? I just kept it the same color. All right. So link hover, I just kept it the same. And then what I did do is I did when you hover over a link, it'll underline it. Okay. So by default, links are not underlined. When you hover over them, they will be underlined. Okay. I think I kept 48s, and then I think I did 36 on my H3s. This is something that, I mean, you'll tweak probably over time. Right. And then here, I think I did 36 there. Yeah, I think that's right. My buttons, I think my button text I did slightly larger. Let me see. Buttons 18 and 20. Yeah. So here we're just going to do 16. Oh, no. 10, 12, 18, and 20. Okay. These are, you can customize the size of your text in the various size buttons, which is nice. Okay. And then my border radius, I increased that to 5, I believe. So, yeah, I did that 5. And my gutters, 20 pixels, 32. I think yeah, those were default. Okay. So that's site styles all done. Okay. And if we preview, you'll notice that there's nothing except the site background, which is no longer white. Okay. But there we go. And if we turn on the color palettes, you can kind of see there's our colors. Okay. So there we go. Actually the text. Oh, it's a darker green. Oh yeah, because I use the dark green for the text and then the slightly lighter for the headers. That's right. Okay. So now my base colors for my theme or my site are pretty set, and they're all based on that logo. Okay. Now something I am going to do is just to save some time. Here we're just going to. Did I do anything? There's nothing here. It's just a container. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to refer to that other site just to kind of remind myself of what the heck I did. Just to kind of make. And I added some padding to that. So we're just going to add, I'm going to add a P24 here just to add a little bit of padding around the entire site content. Okay. And then at the very top, we're just going to have this, I'm just going to copy this in there and we're going to paste that in. Oops. Paste. All right. And that is inside the 3 column. So if we look at this, pretty simple, right? It's just the, I have a 3 column stack. Okay. And if we preview that, this is what we're looking like. Okay. So we have our picture. Okay. With our logo, we have our header. And then we have a menu. Okay. And essentially the column 1 shrinks to content. And then the 3rd column also shrinks to content. And then the center column that has this header, it's just auto. It's going to fill up the rest of the space. Okay. By doing that, essentially, it gives us that look, right? So if we see here, column 1 is set to shrink to content, column 2 is set to auto, and column 3 is set to shrink to content. Okay, so there we go. And I think that's all I did there. Now, another thing that I preview this, I can set this preview so that I don't look at the stack. So maybe I redevelop something. So down here, I have a accent line, right? Just to add a little bit of divider. So I'm just going to go ahead and check in. Pop. We're going to do that. Okay. Now, if you notice that this divider is not necessarily exactly what I think would look nice. So what I want to do is we're going to go ahead and let's style that a little bit. And so here, let's just do that. I'm going to go ahead and add in a border swatch. Okay. And what I want to do is I want to style the divider. Okay. So I think if I go to elements actually and just do divider, is divider in here? Oh, interesting. Divider is not in my list here. That's interesting. That should be in the list. All right, what I can do is I'm just going to go to CSS. I'm going to type HR because I know that's what a divider is. That's my bad. I should have that as a page element since it's definitely a foundation element. But so I want to style, this is going to style all dividers on the page. Okay. And what we're going to do is I'm going to, for the color of the divider, I'm actually going to use a swatch. Okay. So we're going to see me do this a lot during this project where instead of going simple and defining a color, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a color that's defined inside site styles. Okay. So instead of defining the color, I'm going to set it to be my secondary color. Okay, and remember the secondary color is here. Let's enable the colors back so we can kind of see those. My secondary color is this golden brown, right? All right. And then on top of that, I think you made it a little bit fatter, right? So we're just gonna do and I only want it on the bottom, right? So we're gonna do let's see, border size was gonna be 2 pixels, okay? And we're only gonna do the bottom border, and we're gonna only do the bottom border and make it solid. All right. So let's preview that. There we go. There's my nice little line. Okay, my little border. All right. Now the next thing that I did actually, before I even developed all the page content, was I felt I needed to find a really good font. Okay. Now I spent a long time testing fonts and playing around with fonts and all kinds of stuff, right? Oh, there's an update. I'll remind me later. All right, I won't install that update now while I'm on a live stream. Don't break things when you're on a live stream. Okay, and I use this app called Write Font. You don't need it though. It is not cheap. Okay. But one thing I like about it is you can actually search and look through all the Google fonts. Okay. Now you can also just go here and go to fonts.google.com. Okay. And you can peruse through all the fonts here. Another really great resource is, and I actually use this for this project. Okay, if you go to Type Wolf, there we go. Okay, if you go to Type Wolf, there's a lot of this interesting site where he kind of just shows you tons of fonts and font pairings. Okay, and I think on here he has, let's see, top free fonts that aren't Google. So here's top 10 font combinations on Google Fonts. Okay, so here's this was his paid product, which I do own that, and it's good. Here, top 40 Google fonts. Okay. And so here we go. I think I actually used this, and I found the font that I use is, where is it? There it is. It's Allegra Sans. Oh, here it is. It's at the very top. Okay. So I chose this. I wanted for the heading at the top of the page. Okay. Essentially what I did here is let's go ahead and type in the growth. And actually I wanted it in all caps, right? So it's the growth guild. Okay. And in here you can kind of, I wanted a sans serif. Okay, I knew I wanted that. And by property, I knew I wanted like a fatter font. Okay. And so you can kind of peruse through these and see that all the various types and how things look, right? And if we look here, this is the one that I chose. Okay. Allegra Sans Bold is the one that I chose. And then what I did is, so if you visit this on Google Fonts, let's go ahead and, on my laptop, I got used to the new version that has a different layout. 1 second, give me a second here. Where can I get the little panel? They changed the layout in the tool. There's a nice sidebar in the other one in the new version that I can like copy the name. Oh well, let's let me just here, copy this name. There we go. That way I don't need to remember how to type it. We're gonna go into browse Google Fonts. Okay, and I think Google Fonts, if we go into this, Google Fonts itself has pairings, choosing type. Oh, they used to. Do they not have that anymore? I guess they don't have that anymore. And was it in here? Nope. Essentially, that now I knew what I wanted this particular font. Okay, and then what I did was I did pairings. Okay, so if you just search for your font and recommended pairings, here on Typewolf they have it. Download. Font pairings. Let's see. What did this? They use that. Did he tell you what font? No, he doesn't. Best font pairing. Oh, I think it was. I remember this site. I think yes, it was this site. So yes, I did Google Allegra Sans font pairings, and I found this page. And I went through a bunch of these. I ended up, all just spoiler alert, I ended up with Merriweather. Okay. So what I decided was I was going to use Allegra Sans for my headers, and then I was going to use Merriweather for everything else on the page. Okay. So let's go ahead and set that bad boy up. Okay. And just to save us a little bit of time, I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy those. And I'm just going to paste them right in here. Okay. We'll look at them, but just save me a little bit of time here because I know we got a lot of stuff to cover today. So here we have, I loaded my two Google, these are the Google font stacks that are here, okay, that come with Foundation 6. Now, I know not everyone can use Google fonts, right? Especially if you're in Germany, right? You can always download those and use them as local web fonts or whatever, okay? For speed and convenience, I just went with Google fonts, okay? So I chose, the default font here is Merriweather. So if you look, what I did is I set the page-wide default to be Merriweather, right? Normally what I do is I assign a class of Merriweather of the name of the typeface, right? So that way, if there's anything else that I know I specifically want to be a particular font, all I have to do is put the Merriweather class, and it will kind of be forced to, get that font family. So again, page-wide default, because I want this to be the page-wide default throughout my page. I assign it a class of Merriweather, so if I ever want to use that, I can. And then further down, you put in this edit label is just to kind of give you some notes, okay? This is important, though. Family name, Merriweather. That has to be the exact name from Google Fonts, okay? And then you define what weight you wanted. I want this to be 400, okay? So I'm loading the 400 weight of Merriweather for all text on my page. Then you can supply a fallback, which is here I supplied a serif font. If you're curious what a serif versus a non-serif is, I don't want to go down too far this pathway, okay? But so you'll see things like serif and sans serif. I'm not going to go into the other ones. Script is obviously script ones, right? So they're kind of the more fancy, crazy fonts, okay? But a lot of times people don't know what a serif and a sans serif is, okay? Sans or a serif font, okay? If you look at these fonts that we're looking at here, you'll notice that each letter kind of has these tails, okay? Those are called serifs, okay? So all these fonts, like the T, instead of it just being a straight at the top, it has these little doohickeys, right? These serifs, these accents on every character, okay? That is a serif font. Now, if we look at a sans serif, you'll notice that there are none of that, right? The T, it's mostly, there's some accents to some of these fonts, right? There's kind of some curvature. They're not all straight lines, okay? But there's no hanging serifs or chads coming off of the letters. So that's why these are called a sans serif. Sans meaning does not have. Okay? So yeah, sans serif doesn't have little fancy doohickeys coming off the letters. That's a very technical term, doohickey, okay? So yeah, these serifs are, a sans serif font they're considered to be a more modern typeface. Now, I personally think that it's nice that if you mix up sans serif and serif fonts on a web page, okay? Let's go ahead and search for, let me just turn off that filter. And let's search for Merriweather, okay? If you see, Merriweather is a serif font, but the Allegra Sans is a sans serif font. I think it's nice to mix up your headers and your text to be the opposite of each other. So here, again, sans serif is going to be my headers, and then Merriweather, which is a serif font, is for my default text. So there we go. Okay. Yeah, a little text or font education there. So here I'm loading Merriweather. And then in this Google font, what I'm doing here is I'm loading in, again, here, let's start at the bottom here. My family name is Allegra Sans. The font weight that I want is 700. And then further up, I gave it a class of Allegra Sans. So I don't know, maybe I wanted a button or a paragraph for some reason to be Allegra Sans. I can plop that class on there and voila. Okay. Then up here at the top, I don't want this to be page-wide default because I only want this to be default on all of my headers. So I checked all of my headers. Now, sometimes you don't want your H6 to be the header. Maybe you want that to look more like the default text on the page. So there we go, right? But as you see here, you can select all the elements that will be assigned by default. You can give it a class, and then, obviously your font family definitions. Now here, I gave this a, this should be a sans serif fallback font, okay? Because Allegra Sans is a sans serif font. You want your fallback font to be a sans serif, not a serif. That way, while the font is loading, it will display your headers as a sans serif font that's installed in the system, and then it'll convert it to the font once we're done. Okay, so now that we've loaded those, let's go ahead and preview. Oh, and in preview, I hate this. The Google fonts, sometimes they don't load inside. So if we preview in the browser, you'll see now we get this nice, I think it's nice, right? This nice bold up here at the header. You'll see that now this is Merriweather, okay, with my menu. Now, if you notice, this isn't really lining up properly with the logo. It would be nice if the logo and the text were proper, right? If they were all the same size. Okay. So one thing I didn't mention here is my picture. I set it to be 48 pixels. Okay. It's a circle, right? So I know it's going to be 48 by 48. So I know that this image is going to be 48 pixels tall. Now, in site styles, what I did is, since I want them to all be the same size, if you notice here, I made my H1 48 pixels tall. Okay. So that means, in theory, this text is the same size as this image, okay? But why aren't they lining up? And that has to do with with line heights. By default, normally when you're typing text, the size of your line needs to be taller than the size of the font itself. Hopefully that makes sense. And you see this when I highlight this. You'll see that there's a bunch of space below and above this. And that's because by default, I think this is 1.5. So basically, it kind of centers the text in a line height that's 1.5 times bigger than the font itself. So how can we fix that? So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add in a font style stack. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to target H1. Okay. Because I want to target that particular header. Another thing, if you wanted to do, what you could do is, did I add a class? No. Oh, you could add a particular class to this header if you only wanted to target this one. Okay, totally possible. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna give this a utility class. Let's just call it line height 1. Okay. Just so that we don't have a default class of my class on everything, right? So I tend to, for the font stuff, like to put in something in there. And then I'm going to turn off the text size because all we want now is this line height. And I'm going to set this to be 1 across the board. So what this is by setting the line height to 1, it's saying the line height is going to be the exact size of the font itself. Okay. So now if I go ahead and refresh this, voila. So now my text has a line height of 1, which is the size of the text, which equals the size of the icon. That is starting to look nice. Okay. Okay. So there we go. We did quite a bit already, right? But we have a lot of work to do. Okay. But this is a great start. We have a nice start to our page. We have good colors. We have some nice fonts picked out. Now I have to agree, when I have to say, when I built this, I actually didn't even have a menu up here. I decided to add that later, but it's okay. Okay. So next up is, let's build out our sections of the pages, right? So I know I want to have my mission statement up at top, and then a meetings area that has all these meetings, and then a members area. Okay. So let's go ahead and just build out that kind of basic structure of my page. Okay. All right, so we're gonna add in a header. Okay. And actually, there's a new stack, or relatively new stack that I kind of like, called Bento Box. I think I've done a pretty decent job with it. I like it. And what we can do is I'm going to add a container in here. Okay. And this container, I'm just going to make it a section. Okay. And we're going to make it a simple container. And yeah, I think that's it. All right. What I do is I'm going to add in that. We're going to make that an H3. Okay. And I know this is going to be a, let's see, mission statement. Okay. And I'll get back to Bento Box really quick. But now I have this container. Now this container, I set it to be HTML tag of section, kind of for, this is something called semantic HTML, where I know that this container is a section of my web page, right? Technically, let's see, like this Bento Box actually also has the HTML tag, and I'm going to set this to be main, which is, this is the main part, the main content of my page. Okay. Now, this really doesn't make a huge amount of difference. But if you're techie and geeky and really want to go all out, we have a lot of fine grained controls like that. Okay. Doesn't style anything differently. And you can argue whether or not it helps Google index your page or not. Okay. But, yeah, it's people that like to be very OCD about certain things. So now we have container. Each one is set to be a section. Okay. And I'm just going to copy and paste that. Now, if you notice, before Bento Box, I would have used the same thing. I would have done container, 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 and then I would have added like a margin on each container. Okay. But now with Bento Box, what I can do is I can add a gap in between sections of my page. So, and I can make them all uniform. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to set it to be 32. Okay. So now I have 32 pixels in between each section. And I can quickly adjust that. Actually, earlier, I know on the site I'm using 32, but earlier I had it set to 24, right? And now all of that is set on one page, right? Or I'm sorry, in one location. And there's also a Bento Box swatch and whatnot. Watch the video on that, okay? Which you can then assign to a container or something like that. Okay, and then up here, this was meetings. Okay, and over here, this was members. Okay. Let's go ahead and preview that. Voila. Okay. So let's start building out. What do we want to build out next? Let's build out, well, I guess, again, I can quickly add just a paragraph in there, right? So let's just quickly add in, because I know the mission statement is just a paragraph of text, right? So let's just get her done. Again, right now, we're just mocking things up. We're trying to create stuff, right? So I'm just going to add in some lorem ipsum, okay? Now we're going to get to something that's interesting here. So we added this mission statement, right? And it looks okay, but right now it's just this big, ginormous bit of text. Okay. And here's a nice trick that I like to do on my websites. Okay. And what I do is I'm going to, there is a common nomenclature out there that says, it is very difficult to read long bits of text like this. Okay. Pretty much the best kind of range where a human can actually read is around 65 characters per line. I think there's a range, it's like 60 to 75 or something like that. I personally normally use 65 characters. Okay. So how can I make sure that this paragraph is never bigger than 65 characters? Okay. So pretty simple. Actually, let me close some windows here. Let's see. We don't need that. I tend to, over time accumulate windows being open. Remind me later. And I don't need that. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in a with swatch. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go to CSS, okay? And I'm gonna type in P, comma, UL, or I'm sorry, UL, comma, OL, okay? And basically what this does is it's gonna target all paragraphs and unordered lists and ordered lists, okay? So yeah, it's going to target all of that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into min max, and I'm going to go to detailed. And under max unit, I'm going to use characters. And under max size, I'm going to put 65. So now I have a minimum size of 0, which is fine, and then a maximum size of 65 characters. Let's have a look. Voila. So now I have this this paragraph of text that will never go above 65 characters. Pretty awesome. Now you might be thinking, well, what about this big, huge blob of empty area over here? That's okay. It's okay to have white space. Embrace it. Okay. Now I'm getting a little nervous. There's not many people in chat. So if you are, have any questions, let me know. Okay. Looks like I lost some users here. Okay. So now, now that I have the mission statement kind of done, let's move down to members. Okay. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna build out a block grid. Okay. Because I just want kind of a block grid of data. So now I'm going to go into, again, I'm going to skip meetings. Actually, this is the exact order I did when I built this. I didn't know what I wanted my meetings layout to be. So I went to what was the easiest section of the page, which was members, because I knew I kind of wanted a member card, right? So we can see everything. So let's just go ahead. I'm going to go into block grid. Okay. And add that below members. And then inside block grid, I'm going to do on small, I want 1. And then maybe on medium and large, I wanted 2. I don't remember exactly what I did before. We can look at that later, but let's start with that. And in my block grid cell, essentially I want a card. Okay. So let's go ahead and, interesting, you guys are commenting, but my viewer count went down to 0. So that's why it wasn't updating. So I was just nervous that people, like, either the stream stopped or something like that. Okay. Okay. So now, anyway, we want a card. So I'm going to use this Foundation 6 card, and I'm going to drag that in. Okay. Now I spent a long time. I kind of know what I'm doing now, but I spent hours kind of messing around and dragging things here and there, and to kind of get the layout that I wanted. Okay. So you guys are going to benefit from, already know what I did. Okay, for the most part. I don't have every setting memorized, but there we go. And then inside of this card, okay, I have a 2 column. Okay. Oh wait. I thought it was a. Wait, what happened there? Oh, there we go. Okay, I have a 2 column inside the card. Okay. And then on this side here, I'm just going to, for ease of it, I'm just going to copy this picture stack so I don't have to. All right. We're going to go over there. I'm just going to paste. All right. Put that picture stack over there. Okay. And then over here, I'm just have a bunch of text here. I'm just going to copy this. This is just a bunch of text. Okay. Just to save a little bit of time. Just a card section stack. Okay. Which is from here, card section. And I have a header which is Joe Workman. And then one thing you'll notice that some of this content is getting truncated, and this can make it hard inside edit mode. Okay. So a lot of times in block grid, what I'll do is there's this cool setting here called full width in edit mode. And what that does is it makes, just in edit mode, it makes it so that card, no matter what your size is for your block grid, just makes it 100% width, okay? Which is nice. Okay, so now we can start playing around with this a little bit more. Now, I played around a lot with how to display the phone number, email, and website, okay? And what I settled on was the list stack. Now, this list stack actually isn't in Foundation. It's actually from my starter pack, okay? And what it allows you to do is it allows you to create a bulleted list, okay? Now, by default, it'll actually create bullets, but I set it to be a style of none, okay? Another thing that I did is I used the utility class, because by default, it adds a little margin, because normally bullet lists are kind of indented a little bit. So I wanted to get rid of that by using ML:0, which is a utility class for margin left 0, okay? Voila, okay? I now have a link, a list. Now, I did have to, in order to get these to be 8 links, I needed to type out HTML into here, okay? So there is that. But link HTML isn't too difficult, okay? So yeah, there were other ways I could have done this. I could have used a menu stack. The Foundation 6 menu would have worked. That tends to have some padding around all the menu items, and then I could reduce the padding or set the padding to 0. That totally would have worked. And then at that point, I wouldn't need to use the HTML in here as well. But this works, okay? I'll be honest, I was just kind of lazy to have to muck with the menu styles to get it exactly how I wanted. This was pretty much exactly what I wanted style-wise. I just needed to use some HTML for the links, and I'm not scared of HTML. It doesn't scare me, right? So I'm good with that. Okay, and if you notice here, something that's really cool. Oh, well, before I get into that, okay, then we have, I just have a button that is going to open my goals. And as you saw on the webpage, that opens up a lightbox. So I just used an open goal, a button stack, and set it to various settings, right? So I set the color to be primary. So it used the actual primary color, which is that dark green, okay? I set it to be a hollow button, and I wanted it to be round, okay? So I tried to use all the same style buttons throughout the site. I do mix hollow and unhollow buttons, but all of them are pill-shaped, okay? So they all have the round setting set, okay? And then below, I have social links, okay? Now in here, what I did is I just have a container, and then I have SVGs, okay? And these SVGs I got from, there's all kinds of places where you can use it. I could have used Font Awesome 5. It is integrated into Foundation. However, what I did is I used an app called Nucleo. Again, it is not cheap. I think it was like $100 and some odd. But it just has a, whoops, what did I do there? I clicked something, okay? But it has just a ton of icons. So I can search for, like, you know, LinkedIn, okay? And it just gives me, you know, here's the LinkedIn, right? And then I can just right click and say copy SVG code, and voila. Okay, so I did that. I did an SVG stack. Okay. Some cool things that this app does. Okay. If you notice here, okay, I have the SVG. If you notice, these are all my secondary or my link color. Okay, it's this color from here. Okay. If you notice, I didn't set that anywhere, okay? So what I did is, if you notice, if I add, so here inside the SVG, I said add link, okay? If you remember, inside site styles, my link colors are set to be this secondary color, okay? So how did I get this SVG to follow the colors defined on the page? So if I don't have a link, okay, this icon is actually going to be, it's actually that very dark green, okay, because it's inheriting from the default text color, okay? But once I added a link to this, it follows the link color. How do I do that, okay? Essentially, there is a cool feature in an SVG where if you set the fill, okay, if you set the fill to be current color, it has to be set to this exact thing, current color, okay? It will follow the current color of the text in that particular area, and it will assign the SVG fill color to be that, okay? Now, a cool feature of Nucleo, whenever I right click and say copy SVG, it automatically sets the fill color to be the text color, that current color. And that's a feature in the settings, and it's in the advanced options here. So if you have Nucleo, okay, if you set the advanced options to remove inline colors, okay, what that will do is by default, it'll use whatever color I define here, okay? But with that setting, now whenever I say copy SVG code, instead of choosing the colors that I have here or the color that you actually see, it'll put in current color for you, okay? So small little tangent. I know not everyone is going to have this Nucleo app, but if you don't have that, again, it's not too terribly hard. Just set the current color again to be, or set the fill to be current color in your SVG. And then it will use that, that cool little trick. Okay. So yeah. So in here, this is just a, social links. And then I just added SVG stacks, one for each social network. And yeah, again, this is just a mock-up. So I just added a link, and then the default link is fine. Because again, I'm not trying to add content here. I'm just trying to get my design the way I want it. Okay, and let's go ahead and see how this looks. All right, whoa! What happened, Joe? What's going on here? Okay, so couple things. These SVGs are ginormous. Okay, so a couple things that you could do. Oops, I'm gonna go back here. Okay. Well, hey, let's look at everything else. Here I have my card, okay, and my header is good. All these links, if remember, we set underscore on hover to be set, right? Underline on hover, so that's working. Our link colors are the correct color. Our header is the correct color. Our button is good, okay? So yeah, everything else is looking good except for these social icons, okay? So what can we do now? Oh, you guys can hear my dogs? Yeah, the gardener is here. So they don't like the gardener very much. Is Markdown easier for links? Yes, Markdown is easier for links. However, this list item stack doesn't support Markdown. This particular list item only supports HTML. So Markdown wouldn't help us here. Okay. Okay, so what can we do here? What I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat a little bit, just to save a little bit of time. I'm going to go over here, and I already have some styles in here. Okay, so I'm going to go into here, and let's just add in a swatches stack above. Okay, I'm going to paste this pen, move it up into here, and let's look at this. All right, so I'm doing quite a bit here. Okay. So let's look at this. Let's look at everything that I've done here. So here I have a container, okay, that I have a class called social links. Okay. And so what I'm doing is on all these swatches, I'm either targeting that social links container, or I'm going to target child elements. Okay. So essentially what we're going to do now is here, let's preview this. Okay. So now what we'll see is they're all in a line. The SVGs have been made small. They've also been made by default. They're, I think, 50% opacity. When I hover over each one, it changes the opacity to 1, and it makes it grow. Right? A nice little effect. Okay. Let's analyze how we did that. So the way, first let's start off with the size. Okay. So in here, I'm basically targeting all the SVGs inside social links, and I'm setting the width to be 20 pixels. Okay, easy. Okay, we've talked about that one. Let's shrink it. Okay. Next is the padding. Okay, I wanted actually, you know what? What would be kind of cool is I'm thinking here. Here, let's do this. Watch this. All right. I want to kind of show you guys the progression, because obviously I built this out progressively. Okay. So I'm going to say do not post in here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all of these. Just pop them over here. All right. So right now, I'm going to set the width of my SVGs to be 20 pixels. Okay. And let's go ahead and preview that. Actually, you know, another thing we're going to do is I'm going to go, no, wait, that's not what I wanted. There. And then we're going to go here. Okay. Let's make this efficient. So now that I have my preview over here and my stack over here. Okay. So now all my icons are good, right? They're all 20 pixels just by this one swatch. Okay. Now, how do I make them in line? Okay. So now I'm going to use a display swatch. Now this is definitely kind of there's different ways we could do this. Okay. I could have used something like a block grid. Okay. And then displayed them all out. Okay. I went for a slightly simpler approach, and this is probably something, that definitely is an advanced thing, and it's only advanced because I understand the underlying technology. Okay, now I understand this isn't true of everybody. Okay, so that's why we have these live streams. Okay, so let's look at the structure here. I have social links, which is a container. Okay, and then inside of that, I have SVGs. Okay, so when I use a display swatch and I'm targeting the social links class, so I'm targeting that container. Okay, I'm going to set it to be, display flex. Now, by doing that, what that does is it changes the stacking context of that container. By default, as you see, things stack on top of each other. But you'll notice when I refresh this page now, instead of them being on top of each other, they're now directly next to each other. Okay. Now, Flex does a lot more, but that little tidbit of information can be very powerful. If you have a container and you set it to be a display flex, all the contents of that container will default to be directly next to each other instead of on top of each other. So we're getting there, right? So again, I set my width first to be 20 pixels. So I made all the SVGs smaller. Then I set the container to be a display flex. So everything is now next to each other. Okay. Now, obviously, we need a little bit of padding, right? Because I think that doesn't really look nice. We need some stuff in between. Okay. So I'm going to add in a padding swatch. Okay. And this padding swatch just adds 4 pixels of padding on the top and bottom and 8 pixels on the left and right. Okay. Let's refresh. And there we go. So now each one has 8 pixels. There's actually a 16 pixel gap in between each one because each one has 8 pixels on both sides. So that kind of evenly spaces those out rather nicely. Okay. Okay. So now, I thought at this point, I thought that these icons were just a little too in your face, right? I mean, they're very eye-catching. Okay. So what I wanted to do was at this point, I wanted to adjust the opacity of them. So I'm going to go ahead and I added an opacity swatch. And let's talk about the selector here. Actually, I should have talked about this in the padding swatch. Okay. So what I did here is you'll notice that I have the class of social links. And then what I'm targeting is the child elements. Kyle says, Flexbox is one of the hardest modules in CSS to understand. Yes, Flexbox is hard. It is definitely tricky. Okay. I'm not going to try to teach all of Flexbox, but that one little trick was a nice one. Okay. So here is a nice little, so I'm targeting social links to that container, and then I'm going to target all the child elements. Again, let's visually look at that. So I have social links, and then I'm targeting the SVG stack. Now, if I wanted, I could have gone ahead and selected all of these SVGs, put the same class on all of them, and then I could have targeted that class. But that's not very efficient, right? Because then in the future, if I added a new SVG, I'd have to remember to add that class to that as well. So instead, what I do is I target this one container that has a class of social links, and then I want to target all of its children. So again, here, I'm targeting social links and all of the children elements. Again, this is just a strategy of just being a little bit smarter with your swatches. Because again, now I can add as many SVGs inside of this container and they'll automatically get those particular styles. Does that make sense? Whereas if I were to add a class to this SVG, if I were to add a new SVG stack, I'd have to remember to also add a class. Now, chances are you would copy and paste this and that would do it for you, okay? But again, why require a class when we don't need one, okay? So that's a little advanced swatch selector tip there, okay? So here, in the opacity, I set the opacity to 50%. So let's refresh, let's look at that. And there we go. So now they're at 50%. Now, obviously, I think it would be nicer if when I hovered over, it actually made them full, the opaque basically. Okay. So let's go ahead. I'm going to add in another swatch. And what this does is it's going to use all the social links, and I'm going to use the selector add-on of hover. Okay. And then I'm going to set the opacity to 1. So now when I refresh, and now when I hover over, you'll notice that the colors now become fully opaque. And that's nice, but I think if you notice, the transition is it's a little abrupt, right? So to fix that, what we're going to do is we're going to use a transition swatch. Okay. And what a transition swatch is, it allows you to transition from one style to another. Okay. So here on social links child elements, I set the transition speed to 300 milliseconds. So now when I hover over, instead of it being an abrupt color change, it takes 300 milliseconds to go from 0.5 to 1, right? So it's transitioning. Now, I think it's close, but I'd like to add a little bit more pizzazz that lets someone know that, they can kind of click and just makes it a little bit nicer. And so one thing you can do is you can add a transform. Okay. Now that was the last swatch. Let's delete that. Okay. So this transform, what this does is it scales. Okay. So what this does is I'm targeting only the social links on hover. Okay. And I'm going to scale to 1.2. So I'm going to make it 20% bigger when I hover over. So let's refresh. And voila. Now, not only do we go from 50% opacity to fully opaque, it also grows to 20%, and it all does it in a nice animation. Pretty cool, right? I'm really liking how this is working so far. Okay. Now, I think my card, I'm pretty happy with it. Okay. Something, if you noticed, has very square edges, and depending on your design, you're either going to probably go with square or you're going to go with round corners. Okay. And so if you go to the card, what I want to do is I want to round the corners on this card. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead, and there's something really nice that we can do. There is a utility class called radius. You can add it on anything. and anything you add it to gets a radius. Okay, let's refresh. Oops, refresh. Okay, so now if we notice here, I have rounded corners. Voila. Pretty cool, right? All right, so now what we can do is, if we wanted to fully test this layout, a lot of times what I'll do now is I'll just kind of, because I want to see what this is going to look like when I have lots of things on there, right? So let's go ahead and copy this and paste a few times, refresh, and there's kind of like my grid, and now we start seeing some problems, right? These cards are butting up right next to each other. That's obviously not good. That's an easy fix though. We can go to our block grid stack, okay, and let's just add some gutters, okay, gutters on the top and the bottom. All right, and let's refresh. All right, there we go. All right, so now we have some nice gutters. Now this gutter here, I'm pretty sure actually this these cards, okay. Now let's go ahead and go back into the one card, okay. I'm going to go ahead and shrink this social links so it doesn't take up lots of space in edit mode. I'm going to go to this card, and it has a bottom margin, okay. And so what I'm going to use, a MB:0 on that, okay. And now I'm just going to take that block grid cell and I'm going to paste it again. There we go. All right. So now you'll see that now it's nice. Now all the gutters are equal, right? It's the little things you got to pay attention to, right? I didn't like that. And how did I know that there was a bottom margin? Okay, let's go into that. That's a fair question. Okay, let's go ahead and let's go do this. Let's hide all of those. All right, all right. So I'm going to, let's go to this card again, and I'm going to delete this utility class. Okay, and let's just refresh that. So if you notice here, the gap is bigger now. Okay, so I'm going to open up the dev inspector. So yeah, if you just go ahead and click on this card, we can kind of go up, and voila. Margins are always going to be orange in this dev inspector. Okay, and you'll notice that when I hit the card component, and we know it's a card because you can kind of tell from the code, right? This is div class equals card radius. Remember, we did add the radius class ourselves. And when I do that, you'll notice that it has a bottom margin. Okay. And you can actually go, if I click on this card, you can actually see these are all the styles that are applied to it. Okay. And if we scroll down, we probably should see, here, margin bottom 1 rem. And we actually, if I go ahead and turn that off, we can see I can turn that style on and off in the dev inspector. Okay. So I know if I go ahead and set this to be 0, voila, it sets margin bottom to be 0 everywhere. Okay. And so in order to make that change permanent, there's two things I could do. I can either use a utility class like I did here, MB:0. That's probably my most used utility class is MB:0, margin bottom 0. Or another thing is I could have added a margin swatch, set it to be 0, and then applied that swatch to the card. But yeah, mix and match whether or not you want to use a swatch or some utility classes. The utility classes can be definitely useful. Okay, so there we go. I just noticed we're at like an hour and a half almost, and I still have a long ways to go. Oh, Steve asked me about the greater than sign. Okay, I was gonna glance over that, Steve, but you caught me. Okay. Okay. You caught me. Good one. Good eye, Steve. Man, keep me on my toes. Okay. I'm just gonna go back to one card just to reduce the edit mode. Okay. For those that maybe didn't know, okay, or that didn't see, okay, so it was in this particular one, on this hover swatch. Okay. So let's stop and let's look at opacity. Okay. So in this opacity swatch, I used social links, and if you notice, I used the child selector elements selector add-on. Okay. And one thing that is nice about swatches, okay, is that I inadvertently, or I sneakily, let's say I sneakily attempt to teach you a little bit of CSS. Okay? Because while over here you can put in a class name and then you can choose this thing called child elements, what you'll notice is over in the swatch over here, it actually shows you the exact CSS selector that is used. What does that mean? What that means is it's the same as if I were to go over to here and go to the CSS mode, and if I were to type in that same exact selector, so it was dot social links greater than star, okay? Oh, I'd have to set that to be none, okay? Essentially now, this swatch is the same exact thing that I did before, okay? It's just a lot of these little settings that I build for us. It's kind of like a CSS selector builder, right? Okay, so when I choose child elements, well, first off, let's go to none. Okay, oops. So by default, if you just add a class, you'll notice that what the builder does is adds a little dot in front of there. So it knows dot in CSS is the way to define a class, that we're targeting something with a class. So dot social links targets anything with a class of social links. Okay. Now, when I added on the child elements, by the way, a small caveat, I don't know, this month or last month, I released a update that changed this from pseudo state to be selector add-on. I really like that change. I don't know if you guys do, but yeah, selector add-on just makes sense. So for this selector add-on, I chose child elements. And let's look at what that did. Okay. So it did social links greater than star. What this does is it says star, obviously, if you don't know, means anything. Okay, so star means anything. Now, what the greater than sign says is it's anything that is a direct child of social links. So if I were to change this selector add-on to be all descendants, okay, you'll notice that changes to just be space star. Okay. What's the difference between those? Let's have a look over in the Dev Inspector. Okay. All right. So let's look at the exactly what we're looking at here. Okay. So let's find. Here it is. Here is social links. Okay. I actually don't need. How do I close that? No, it's not that. Is it this? No. I'll just do that. Okay. So here we have social links. Okay. And if you notice inside of social links, I have all of my little icons. Okay. Now inside of there, there's a lot of other stuff. There's a link, and then inside the link is an SVG, and inside the SVG, there's even more stuff. Okay. Now, let's go over here. When I say social links space star, that means all descendants. Okay. So what that means is it not only targets this div, but it also targets this link, this SVG, this group, SVG group, this SVG path. It targets everything. Okay. Now, for something like opacity, that probably doesn't matter. But if you're using something like margin or padding or border or background color or something like that, right? You don't want to target every single child, every single descendant. Okay. So in this case, what I only want to target this div. I only want to target this and this and this and this and this. So in this case, I only want to target the direct children of social links. So, and that's what that caret does. Okay. I'm sorry. That's what that greater than sign does. So when we choose child elements and we do, instead of space star, we do greater than star. Okay. What that does is it finds anything that is a direct child of social links. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Now, let's go to this opacity on hover. Okay? So normally when I do a hover style, I'm going to delete this. And we're going to recreate it. Normally when I create a hover style, I copy that swatch, the original state, and I paste it. Okay? Then I make adjustments to what I want on hover. So in this case, I want my opacity to be 1. Okay? And then normally what you would do is you would change a selector add-on to be hover. However, let's look at what this does, right? I'm going to refresh this page. If you notice, that doesn't actually work, right? It's not working, okay? Because I'm targeting social links itself, the container. I'm not targeting the children at this point because I changed my selector add-on from child to hover, okay? So, what that means is I need to muck with this selector and find a different way to target the SVGs when I hover. Now, one thing I could have done is I could have done oops, darn it, I closed that, didn't I? Let's refine those things. All right. If you notice in here, I could target, there's SVG has a class. So I could have done something like this: social links space dot SVG. Okay. And then done hover. Right? That could have worked. Okay. And that does work. Okay. There's a lot of different ways to do this. Okay. But what I did was I already knew, again, let's go back to, I started with this social links. Save that. Social links greater than star. And that gets me all my child elements. But how can I get hover? How can I mix child elements and hover at the same time? Because I need to use both selector add-ons. Okay. So what I did is I just did something tricky, and I just took the greater than sign. Oops. I just took the greater than sign, and I could have done greater than star. Okay. And then set this to be hover. And at that point, this would work as well. Okay. So let's go ahead and refresh, and that does work. Okay. But I just, because I know CSS, I knew I didn't need the star, and I just needed to have a greater than sign. And so what this says is social links greater than sign, and then when I hover on anything that's a direct child of social links, apply that style. Okay. So, and that's what I ended up with on the site, and what I had earlier. And yeah, Steven, you called me out. Okay. So that was a nice 5 or 10 minute tangent there. Okay. If you ever need to, if you just do, okay. You've probably seen me use this app if you've attended my live streams at all or Hangouts. This is an app called Dash. You can also just find all of this online. Okay. It's all on MDM web docs. Okay. But Dash just integrates it, and it's all local on my Mac. And I can search it fully. Okay. And I use Alfred and integrates with Alfred as well. But yeah, you can just search here and do selector. I think it's selector list. And is this one that has all? No, this isn't what I wanted. Types, universal selectors. Here. Okay. Well, that just tells you about, there is a, I know there is a, there's a CSS doc page. I mean, it's all in my brain now, but I know For a while, I used to reference it every now and then before, that kind of showed you all those little things, the greater than signs, and there's other ones. Okay. Some of them there's like a little tilde one that is like a brother, or next to basically, which is useful sometimes. Oh, there's a plus sign as well, which is good. I guess this one has some of it. But anyway, also, hold on one second. Let me share something. I've preached this book a lot. Okay, it's HTML and CSS by John Duckett. Okay, I think there's one chapter in this book that is now kind of obsolete. But for the most part, this book is gold. Okay, it is like no other technical book you've ever seen. Okay, it's like a coffee table book. Okay, it literally is like the most approachable technical book I've ever seen. And it is a brilliant way to learn CSS. Okay, brilliant. Now I've bought like 4 versions of this book, or 4 the same version, but 4 books. Spend a little bit extra, get the hardcover. Okay, the bindings on the softcover book are not fantastic. Okay. So yeah, on Amazon, this book is cheap on Amazon. Spend a couple extra bucks to get the hardcover. Okay. If you didn't buy the hardcover already, sorry. Eventually your bindings on your softcover, I've gone through 2 or 3 of them. Okay. I'll be honest, I don't really use this book any longer. But it is gold. Right. Check out this book, HTML and CSS by John Duckett. It's awesome. Okay. All right, let's get back to sharing. Okay. Okay. What was I doing now? Oh, okay. I think I'm pretty happy with the cards, right? Let's see. What else did I let's just preview this page. Yeah. All right, so now let's move up. I can create this little edit profile buttons. Those are pretty simple. Again, we're gonna we can start mocking this page up now. Actually, let's move to actually here. We'll add these little buttons here. I've actually changed this a little bit on the final site. I'll have this new meeting. I have it a little SVG over here. So we'll tweak this up a little bit to kind of get the final, this final page done. Oh, one thing. Okay. I wanted to add some hover styles to the card itself. Okay. So I can do is here. What do I do on that? Oh, okay, yeah. What do I do here? Oh, yeah, interesting. Sorry, just reminding myself of some of the other things that I did. Okay. I'm going to copy these styles, okay? And I'm just going to paste them into here. Okay. I'm not going to dive into every single one of these styles, okay? But let's go ahead and review what I've done a little bit, okay? Oops. So this targets member card, and inside here, I'm going to add a class of member card. Okay. And actually here, if you notice, instead of that, remember earlier I added this this utility class, MB0, okay? Here I just had member card. I actually have a margin swatch that sets margin to 0. There we go, okay? So let's refresh that. So now, voila, okay? You'll notice now that when I hover, okay? Let's close that. When I hover, we get a nice effect. But if you notice something here, you'll notice that shadow gets cut off, okay? So let's go ahead and if we look, let's go ahead and on this container, okay? I'm actually going to do it on all of these. Actually, let's just do this one container. I'm going to set overflow to be visible, Okay, on that. Refresh that. Oh, it could be on, where is that? Oh, actually, it's the bottom of the web page, I think. Interesting. All right. Yeah. If I were to add in, did I add some? Actually, no, I thought I had some padding here. Hold on one second. Yeah, it should be interesting. Oh, there's overflow hidden. It's on this bad boy here. All right, so on this container, overflow visible. Come on, man. All right, let's see. Let's keep going down. Let's see. We have this container here, overflow visible. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I'm looking at the wrong project file. Oh, Jesus. I was looking at the old one. Okay. Visible. All right. Sorry. My bad. Go in this one. Overflow visible. There we go. Okay. Helps if you make the setting changes on the right project file. Okay. So there we go. So here we will see that when I hover over the card, we get a shadow, and also the card kind of lifts up a few pixels, right? It gives it a quite nice effect. Okay. So let's just look at that really quick. So here I provided a maximum height to the cards. Okay. And why did I do that? I don't remember now. Here we do the shadow on hover. I'm not sure that actually is doing anything useful. Yeah. Interesting. 1,000 pixels, minimum on 100%. Oh, okay. Yes. This swatch actually isn't even useful anymore. I was playing around with some other ideas. Okay. Shadow. So here we have a default shadow. Actually, here let's do. Actually, there is no shadow by default. Okay. And then on member card on hover. Okay, basically I'm adding and the shadow. If you look at the shadow, is using actually, I should use a swatch color. And then you can actually use, let's say I want the primary color. Okay. And that way, the swatch, the shadow always follows the colors from site styles, right? One thing I don't like about that, we could probably tweak that a little bit, is that it makes it very harsh, right? So what I had done is I used the same color from primary, but then I made it opacity 40%, right? So that it makes the shadow much less harsh. You could probably tweak these settings a little bit, though. Maybe increase the blur and decrease the spread a little bit to kind of make it so that color isn't quite as harsh. So anyway, so yeah, there is a shadow on hover. And just as before, if you notice, the shadow kind of animates. It's not like an abrupt change. Okay. I used a transition swatch. We already learned what a transition is. And then I use a transform swatch to make it rise up by 2 pixels. Okay. So in transform, I use move, and I move on the y-axis -2 pixels up. Okay. So yeah, so I'm moving -2 pixels up. And I left all the other settings default. And one thing I also did is by default, cards have a border. Okay. If I just go ahead and here just to show you, we'll disable that. Okay. Cards have a border. Okay. And while they look, actually, it makes it look nice. It doesn't look nice when you have the shadow. So yeah, what I did is I just added a border swatch, and I set the border, was it border size to 0 pixels. So I'm setting, effectively removing the border from the card. Okay. And there we go. It gives it more of a flat look when without the shadow. And then I think it looks nice. So there we go. Okay. So there is some nice effects that we did for the card. Let's look at some other things that I did. Okay. Let's look at the open goals. Okay. So this button, I like hollow buttons, but I thought it would have been nice when I hover over the button, it kind of flips the colors. Okay. So let's have a look. I'm going to copy that. And this is a really, really, really simple one. Okay. So on this button, I have a class set to open goals. Okay. And something that I like to do when I remember, okay, is when something has a class, I put that same class in the title so that I can see that this button has a class of open goals, right? So like on this card, when I added member card, okay, I should have added it to the title, okay? And that kind of, when I'm looking at my stuff, I can see all the various classes that I can target things with. Okay, so if you see down here, I have social links. Okay, on the button, I have open goals, and then in the card, I have member card. Right, so now I have all various things that I can start targeting. So if we look at the open goals, I have a background and a font color swatch. So basically, what I did is I did open goals on hover, and then I set the background color to be the primary color. And then for font color, I did on hover, set the color to be the white color. And again, I'm using the swatch colors here so that if I were to ever modify the colors and site styles, it's going to just reference those colors. Super useful. You can define a custom color, but then at that point, it's no longer linked to your your site colors, right? So I like using these swatch colors as much as possible. Okay. So now let's refresh this page. Now, when I hover over this button, we get a nice effect where, again, the background color changes to be that primary darker green, and then the goals are the text color is white. Pretty nice. Okay. Now the last bit here comes into effect. I'm going to show you the problem that I had. Now, right now, this card I think looks amazing. Okay. I think it looks pretty awesome. And at this point, what I did was I then, I'm going to take this, right? And we're going to duplicate this multiple times just so I can start testing this page out with multiple cards. I think it looks great, right? But then you start playing around with, okay, now we need to make sure it looks good everywhere. It looks great on desktop, right? But how is it going to look once I start shrinking? Oh no, what happened? Now I can refresh and oh man, what the heck's going on? It starts looking horrible, right? So what are we going to do here? It looked really good when I was on a big screen, when the image was bigger than the text. Okay. It looked great. But once we started going down, it starts to not look great. Okay. So what are we going to do here? This next bit, took me a long time. Okay. And I'll show you there's a cool tool. It is not cheap. Okay. It is even subscription software. Okay. And it is pretty nice though. I have to admit, I sometimes I forget that it's there. And I forget to use it myself. But it is a special browser called Polypane. Okay. And what it's really good as it kind of shows you your pages across a lot of devices all at once. Okay. Now you could use the simulator windows in RapidWeaver. Okay. Definitely possible. Polypane, I think is nice, but again, it is not cheap. Okay. So you might just be fine using the dev inspector and using like this responsive view. Okay. In the dev inspector. Okay. Where you can be like, okay, I want, how's it going to look on an iPad Pro now? Right. And you can start seeing this. Okay. So I admit, Polypane is a luxury. Okay. And it is a subscription, a yearly subscription. I bought it Black Friday last year. And I said, I'm going to use this for a year, see if I like it. And I have to admit, I kind of forgot about it for a long time, and it just kind of fell by the wayside. However, when building this site over the past few days, it was actually it was really nice. Okay. I really did like it. It was a huge benefit. What I did is I actually added a fourth view here. And I added a small iPad mini. Okay. So I kind of had this view was kind of like my view, right? Where you have small iPhone. Actually, instead of small tablet, what it is, I set this to be iPhone 16. Here, let's do this one is like a iPad or iPhone. The mini, right? So yeah, here we have the iPhone 12 mini, iPhone 16 Pro, an iPad, and then desktop. What's kind of cool is it kind of syncs the scrolling. It's a nice app. Okay. Again, I'm not going to sell you on this app because it is expensive, but it's nice, right? It allowed me to quickly debug this stuff, and really, I think it looks okay on small devices. But where it doesn't look good at all is in medium. It just breaks down. It's just garbage. Okay. And let's go over what I did to fix this. How do I exit this mode? There we go. All right. So this mode here, right? It just looks garbage. So let's analyze this layout a little bit. Okay. So here I have a block grid. Oops. Let's just open up the top one. Okay. I have a block grid and a 2-column, right? So there's two things I can kind of break here. And if you notice in this 2-column, I had it set to 12, and then so column 1 on small devices, it goes full width. And then on medium devices, it basically it splits 50-50. Okay. Now let me remind myself what I did here. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. This is very interesting. Okay. And then that was, okay, member photo. Yep. Okay. So a couple things. You'll notice that in here, I have a link container. And the reason I did that is essentially what I wanted to do is if I clicked on the person's picture or on the goals button, it would open up that person's lightbox. Okay. So that's an easy fix, right? So let's add that really quick. Let's just go ahead and add a link container. And I did put a class of member-photo on this. Okay. And I'm going to add that there. Okay. And let's just copy that, paste it in there. Okay. So now, eventually, when I go to create this, I can configure this link to open up that lightbox. Okay. Trying to think of the best way to do this without taking an hour to go through my entire thought process of this. Because because again, this bit took me a lot of playing around and ideas. And I chucked this whole thing and I tried to do it with Bento, which kind of worked, but I kind of like the simplicity of this layout, and I wanted to make it work. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is let's analyze what I did here, and I'll tell you why I did it. Okay. Okay. So let me just review. Let's see this block grid. Okay. So in the block grid, this is probably the simplest thing. I went from small and medium is 1 column, and then large is 2 column. Okay. So let's make that change first. Okay. So in this block grid, I'm going to change my medium to be 1. So I'm going to 1 column for small and medium, and then large, I'm going to break up to 2. Now let's have a look at what that looks like. All right. So here on large, we go 2 column, and then once we hit medium, it goes to 1 column. Okay. And then small, it goes to 1 column as well. Okay. So that's actually, I think, a pretty decent workflow. Right. I think that looks a lot nicer. So that fix, actually, I didn't do that fix first. I tried a lot of other complicated stuff first. That actually is really nice. A really simple, small change. And if you notice, it actually completely changes the layout a little bit just by that one simple change. Because we kind of have 2 styles of cards right now, right? If we look on here, we have the image and then our content, okay? And then on small, the image is on top with our content, okay? And then on medium, it goes to 1, but it's side by side, so it's not as tall, right? So we kind of have 3 different cards here just with that one simple little change. Okay. Now, one thing we need to fix is this image, like right here, it's not working too great. Okay. So, and that is a little complex. Okay. So let's go ahead and I'm going to do what we did before, and I'm going to take all these swatches that are here that are assigned to member photo. Okay. We're going to paste them in here. And actually, you know what I did? What I liked before is I'm going to say, do not publish any of these. Okay. And now actually I'm going to go into here. All right. And let's just go ahead and, all right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move everything up 1 at a time. Okay. So we can kind of see the difference of what we're doing. Okay. Let me talk about conceptually what I plan on doing first. Okay. Right now, this first column, okay, is controlled by the size of the image. Right. And if I shrink this, if I shrink the browser, okay, that means the size of in this 2 column, the size of the columns remains kind of static, right? It's 50%. But this image, because how images scale is when you make it more narrow, it shrinks, right? Because the image scales, right? And it's set to display the entire image all the time. So what I plan on doing is I'm actually going to make this first column here static. Okay. So it's just going to be a static size. It's always going to be the same size. Of the card. Hopefully you see that, right? If we go down, again, look, the image is the same size. It's just the content. Okay. And then when I flop down, you'll notice that the cards, that one kind of, this one got a little funky for some reason with that image. But in this image here, okay, you'll notice that it doesn't display the whole image, and it only displays kind of a portion of the image. Okay. Now something happened in this particular mock-up. Not sure. I must have fixed it in a different location. Okay. But yeah, there we go. I'm thinking this this mock-up, actually, I fixed some of those issues on the non-mock-up page. Okay. I might be jumping ahead of myself a little bit. Okay. So let's review this. Okay. And actually, to do this, let's look at my 2-column settings. Okay. So in this 2-column settings, column 1 on small is going to be 12. Okay. And on medium, it's going to be shrink to content. Okay. Because let's say on medium and large, it's just going to shrink down to the size of this one column. And I'm going to statically set that size of the column. Okay. And then on column 2, it's just always going to be auto. So column 2, which is the content, it's always going to grow as much as it can to fill all the space. Okay. So let's make those changes. I'm going to go into this 2-column. I'm going to set it to be, instead of 12 on small, and then medium, it's going to be shrink to content. And then the second column is always going to be auto. Okay. Essentially having it how it was, 12 on small and then auto, effectively the same thing. Okay. But yeah, we're just going to set it to auto on everything, just to keep things simple. All right. So now we've done that. Now, what I need to do is, as I told you before, I'm going to set the width of this member photo. Okay. I'm setting it to be 192 pixels. Okay. Let's see what that does. Okay. Actually, in this case, it's only this card. Remember, I have a lot of other cards. Just focus on this one right here. Okay. So as you see, that is, this image here is static. Okay. Now there's a very cool thing here called object fit. Okay. Because what we want to do now is we want to take this image and have it fill the container. Okay. And we need to do a couple things. First is member photo. Okay. I want the member photo, which is this photo, I want it to grow to be 100% height. Okay. So here I set the height of member photo to be full container height. So height 100%. Then what I'm doing is I'm targeting the image inside of member photo and I'm setting it to be cover. Essentially, I'm taking the image and turning it into behave like a background image. Okay. And then you set the position to be center middle. Actually, these settings are the default settings. Okay. For object fit. So, and let's have a look at that. All right. So now, again, I set in member photo, I set it to be 192 pixels. I set it to be 100% height. And then I set the image to fill the container and center itself, even if that means cropping some of the image. And as you see, it looks different than this over here. But now, as I shrink, it looks good. Okay, well, it doesn't look good on small yet. We're getting there. Okay. Okay. Because on small, we have it set to be height 100%. That's not what we want. Right. So I have another thing here called height. So here on this swatch, I have a height swatch that's set to be small only to be 33% height. So now when I refresh, okay, and I go back to small, you'll notice now, okay, the small container is it takes 33% height, but the image is still kind of filling the container and centering itself. Pretty cool. Okay. Not to admit, I'm not sure I recall what happened. I'm not sure what happened down there. It doesn't happen on the prod site. We'll look at that in a second. Whoops. Didn't mean to do whatever I just did. That was an accident. Okay. Okay. Here, let's quickly look at that. What did I do there? Something that's useful sometimes when you're debugging stuff, sometimes you can put the inspector on the side, especially when you want to debug small view. So I wonder if it was in that card. Remember, I think I deleted a, I think I deleted something, that member card. I think it was this height swatch. Let's see. Does that fix things? Nope, that didn't fix it. Remember card. Okay. What did I do here? Oh, it's still way over there. That's weird. Oh. Okay, instead of that 2-column being auto, what if I set it to be 12 auto? Okay, that worked. And then this. Small 12, medium shrink. That's correct. Let's look at this 2-column. What did I do here? All right. What vertical alignment? What if we did top? That actually would probably do it. Oh, but then that's not what we want. I remember running into this yesterday. Let's set that back, because that obviously, oh, I did refresh. I recall fixing this yesterday, but I think I did it after I was out of the mock-up phase. I think I fixed it, but here I'm going to cheat a little bit here. Let's go back up to here, which is the final page. Is it member card? Open goals. For fun, I'm gonna copy this. Let's go to my mock-up. It's still not fixed. Oh, that's meetings. Down here. Oh, that's meeting notes. 111 gutters. Vertical line stretch. Looping. Lock grid cell. 12, 12, 12 auto. Oh yeah, I did do 12 auto there. here I am doing the wrong project file again. It's all good. Like an idiot. All right, let's go back to this one. Sorry. Just paste in there. Oh, same exact behavior. All right. All right. Let's. All right. It's stuff like this that can take me a half hour to figure it out or something like that. I don't want to waste your time. I obviously did figure it out in the final project. I do remember this. What was it though? That is bugging me. Let's go ahead and let me just preview this page, because this page doesn't have the problem, right? Oh, it does. Oh, let's go to the home page. Oh, well, let's go to the actual live page. Oh, I remember now. I remember now. Let's go to in here. Yes. I have this sneaky little swatch at the bottom of the page. I used equalizer. Okay. Whew. That was stressing me out here. All right. So I used an equalizer. Here, just copy that. That's why you keep your stuff together. Actually here. All right. So what I did is I used the equalizer swatch. And I targeted the class member grid. Okay, which is this. Here, let's. I added a class to the block grid itself. Okay, called member grid. So I'm going to do member-grid. Let's add it to the title, because that's always good. Okay, and then I targeted the equalize class card column. Okay, and that was. Where did I put the card column class? Okay, I put it on the member photo. I have a card column class, and then in this card section, I have a card column class. Okay, and essentially what it's going to do is it's going to set the height of the member photo to be the same height as the card section. Okay, and actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, this solves a different problem that I didn't run into, I think. Right, but it's fine. This was something that I did. Let's see how that works. Or is it this one? Oh, also, I think part of the problem is that, okay, let's go ahead. I'm going to delete. What that equalizer swatch did, okay, what you would notice is without that equalize, if we were in this view here, if you notice, well, if let's say someone didn't have a phone number, okay, the size of this content would be different than the size of this content. And what would happen is the cards themselves would have like a small gap somewhere. So that equalize was needed, and it was something that I figured out as I was testing with live data. Okay. Okay. I'm going to move on. Hopefully I discover what I did previously, okay, to fix that issue. Because at this point, I'll be honest, a lot of these minor tweaks that I'm making right now, okay, I didn't make until I already migrated this particular page to be used as Total CMS. And we're already 2.5 hours in on this, okay? So, all right, let's move on. And hopefully we'll figure out what's going on in that small device, because I did fix it. And I do remember it happening. I don't remember the exact fix though. Okay. Let's go ahead and I'm going to take this, this block grid that I built for the meetings. Okay. And I'm just going to copy and paste that. Okay. And we'll review what I've done here. Okay. So if you see this layout, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. I actually started this layout with, hold on one second. Let's go ahead and just do hide. We'll show the top one. Okay. I started off with the same exact card down here. Okay. If you notice, it even says member card. It uses all the same classes. To be honest, I probably should change it since this is a meeting card and not a member card. I should probably maybe make this, instead of a member card, maybe like a guild card or something like that, so that it's a generic card that could be used anywhere. But I was lazy. Okay? So it uses the member card class. That way we get the same hover effect, okay, as we got with the other one. So we get all those styles for free just by adding that card with the member card class. And then in here, I just added a card section. And then in there, I have a header. I have a button that uses the same, I use the same open goals class so that we get this, this effect. Again, this is a meeting notes. So maybe I should rethink the open goals class, since it's now more generic and it'd be something that, you know, isn't open goals, right? But I did make it smaller, so I just changed the button on this one to be a smaller button. And then here, I used a block grid, okay? And in the block grid, it just adds in a bunch of images, okay? And I thought it'd be fun. Here I have a header, a block grid of images, and then a header, and then a block grid of images. And this block grid here, right now my group has 7 people, okay, in it. So that's why I made the columns 7. So if everyone attends, all 7 images will fit perfectly right here in one row. But obviously some people miss, they'll be, you know, dispersed across 2 of the things. Okay. So this was my general mock-up. Actually, this I played around with quite a bit with different layouts. This was a pretty simple layout that just, I really liked. Okay. I played around with like adding people's names, but it just didn't look great. Right. So yeah, having just a list of images with the people down here was pretty good. Okay. So at this point, actually it was before I did the meetings layout. I actually started integrating Total CMS into this, and let's start doing that now. Let's start integrating Total CMS into this layout. And so first off, let's go into here and let's integrate Total CMS with the members grid. Okay. So this is kind of ending the foundation site build portion of this page or this live stream. Okay. And we're going to start diving into setting up Total CMS. Now, I'm not going to set up Total CMS from scratch here, and I'm going to show you what I did, or else we'll be here for 5 more hours. Okay. So I'm going to go into my Total CMS admin area. Oops, what's going on here? There we go. All right. I created, if you notice, this is the Total CMS 3. Now I'm not going to dive into publishing, essentially publishing Total CMS, super easy. All you have to do is add in your Total CMS core to the page. Okay. And then you publish and you get access to this. Now, a workflow that I've grown to really like while playing around and using Total CMS 3 is Total CMS works 100% inside preview. Okay. But I have MAMP running. Okay. If you notice this, this domain here is just local.thegrowthguild.org. Okay. And in MAMP, I set up that as a domain. This domain doesn't exist on the internet. And so basically I set it up, and it looks at a folder that inside my project file. Okay. If I go to my publishing settings, it just publishes to that local folder. Okay. And then I can just preview it right here inside MAMP. And I really like that workflow. I mean, for me, I never use, I don't know. I just kind of learned to always use the browser. And so now what I do is, and publishing to a local folder, even though Total CMS 3 has a lot of files, like 5,000 files, it is super fast. Okay. So yeah, that's the kind of setup that we're going to be using today. It's running a full-blown Apache web server so that, Total CMS 3 works great. I have a custom domain that I can reference that works perfectly on my Mac. You can't get to it. It's not online. It's only on my Mac. Okay. And yeah, this works with or without RapidWeaver even running. Okay. So pretty cool. What I've done here is, again, I'm not going to go through the ground zero of Total CMS 3. But in Total CMS 3, you create something called a schema. So I need to be able to manage meetings and members. So I've created a meeting schema, and these are all the fields available to me in that schema. We have an ID for the field, a date, who attended, who missed, summary, and chat. Then we go to my member schema, okay? And that has a lot of fields, okay? We have a photo, whether or not the user is active or not, so I can actually disable a user and basically turn them off so they can't access it. An ID, a name, an email, phone, website, birthday. I have some cool stuff with birthday I'll show you in a little bit. Password, LinkedIn. So basically a bunch of social profiles. So LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, X, Mastodon, Facebook. A little about paragraph. The person's goals for their year and goals for the current quarter. And then some hidden fields for, when their account was created, how many times they've logged in, and their last login. Okay. And passwords in here somewhere. Password. Okay. So there's a lot of fields for a user. Okay. But yeah, there we go. You define the required fields, and then all the fields that you want to be able to access on the main page. Okay. And also any field that is searchable. Okay. So like in meeting, when I set up the search, I wanted to make sure that everything was searchable. So actually all fields are a part of the index because I wanted to be able to search for any field. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, really quick. That was that. Okay. Then I went in here. I created a bunch of other things that I did. Actually here, let me go into the setup. I took the time to go through here and set up the factory information. So like here is an image, for name. I use name, and email. It just set factory to be email. And then what this does is it allows you to automatically generate things, right? So for example, if I go into my meetings you notice that it just automatically generated a bunch of stuff for me, okay, using something called the factory. And you can automatically add, if I want to add 10 more meetings, it just adds fake data into your CMS. Okay, so right now, I just created 10 meetings right now. So if I go back to my meetings, you'll notice that there's actually a page 2 here. There wasn't even a page 2 before, okay? So I've added 10 more meetings, which is pretty cool, okay? It didn't populate attended and missed because, it's not that cool, okay? But it does generate a lot of fake data. And I've same thing for users. It created a bunch. Obviously, I created mine manually, and then I just created a bunch of other users that had names and emails and fake phone numbers and fake website kinds. Okay. I did manually upload my photo, so that, there isn't the ability to, maybe I should create a Joe factory so you can automatically, populate your CMS with pictures of me if you ever wanted that, right? There we go. Okay. I'm probably not going to dive too much into this backend area again. But now that I've showed you how I've created dummy data in the CMS, another thing I did is I just added like the site logo. I added in style text, I have the charter and our mission statement, okay, as static text in the CMS. All right. With that done, let's go back to our project. Okay. So let's start off with building this, okay, and showing you how I'm going to basically migrate all of this data, okay? So I actually kind of liked this workflow quite a bit. Building the mock-up and then taking this data and replicating it many times to create the final grid that I wanted, okay? So what we're going to do is, let's make this window a little bit bigger so I can have the stacks library open. Actually, we don't need the pages, just the library, okay? So now here I have all of my Total CMS stacks. I know they all have the same icons right now, and that makes it a little bit tough, but eventually they'll have their own icons, okay? So what I need to do is I need to create member cards here, okay? And so in this block grid, I need to generate multiple block grid cells for every single member, right? So if you see this particular area, okay, right here, I need to replicate this for every single member, okay? So let's do that. So we're going to do this with the loop stack, okay? And again, at the very top, you add in your Total CMS core. You can actually even add it into the features inside site styles. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna drag this into the block grid stack. Okay? It has to be inside block grid. Okay. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drag this block grid cell into the loop. That makes sense? All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start replicating or deleting this data with the data that I need. Okay, well, let's configure the loop first. So in the loop, I need to define the collection. So the collection that I created for this was called members. So I'm going to loop through the members collection, okay, in Total CMS. And the loop variable, basically, I'm going to, each one of these is a member. Okay, so most of the time, your collection and your variable are going to be the plural and singular versions of whatever you are doing. Okay, so we have members, and when we loop through it, each instance of the loop is going to be assigned a variable called a member. Okay, so and now what I can do is I can then access that member information. So for example, here. Now, this is where it's very important that you know your data, okay? Let me go back to here. So if I go into my collections, we'll see that I'm in members, okay? And actually, let's go into our schemas and see what a member is. Here's all the data that we have available to us. So obviously, the name of my member is called name, okay? So here, I would use curly brace, member dot name. Okay. So there, wherever I put this, this is now where the member name is going to be put. Okay. And just for speed, I'm going to go ahead and in here, I'm just going to copy these. All right. So here, basically, if we look in here, I have the member phone number. Now I updated this again. I am using HTML, as I said earlier. Okay. And essentially, I'm using the telephone syntax. So you do TEL : and then it's going to inject the phone number into the URL. And then I put the phone number as the link text. Okay. Then I do the mail for email. I use a mail to link, and then I put in the member email, and then the member email is text. Again, this might be a little more user-friendly if I had, again, chosen the menu stack instead of list. But I was kind of building this for myself, and I'm not scared of HTML. But yeah, in retrospect, it might be a little bit more user-friendly for you guys to use the menu stack for something like this. Okay. And then you wouldn't need to know some of this scarier syntax. Now, this is kind of interesting. Okay. So let's look at my my user account. Okay. If you notice here, my website is set to https://www.weavers.space. Okay. However, if we go to the website, where am I? You're right here. Okay. Oh, oops. Where'd I go? Down here. You'll notice that it doesn't say https://weavers.space. Okay. And this is because I did some twig trickery. And if we look at this, let's inspect this really quick. Okay. If we look at this, we see that the link inside the link, we have to have https://weavers.space. Okay. But in the text part of my link, I don't want that. It just doesn't, it looks nicer if I were to put www.weavers.space inside the link, it wouldn't work. Okay. You have to have HTTPS or HTTP, or else it won't link to the correct website. Okay. So what I did was, for the actual content of the link, the text of the link, I stripped out the HTTPS and the ending / with Twig. Okay, because Twig is freaking really cool. Okay. And I'll show this to you. I do a lot of Twig trickery in this project. And yeah, just because I was playing around and I thought it was fun. Okay. So I'm not going to dive into every single little thing, but I'll show you what we can do. All right. Let's turn on. Let's. Hold on. Language mode, HTML. All right, there we go. Now we can kind of see this a little bit better. All right. So if we look at this, I have the beginning of my link, and then you have href equals, and then inside here, I have member.website, and this is where it's going to put in the exact data. Here, let me go ahead and close some of these tabs that I know we don't need anymore. Okay. So it's going to put in the exact website, all of it. Okay. And then I use target blank, which opens it in a new tab. And then inside here, all right, let's put this on a new line here. There. Okay. So here's my opening link tag. Here's my closing link tag. And then inside here, this is the content of the text of the link. So we're using some magic in here. Okay. And what it's doing is it's doing member.website. So it's taking the full website. That includes HTTPS. Okay. And then I'm splitting it. What that means is it splits it based on the slashes. Okay. So what that means is, okay. So what it's doing is it's finding every single one of these and it's kind of splitting that data. So it's going to be, that's one part of the data, that's another part of the data, and that's another part of data. Okay. So first it's getting that as one part, and then it's getting this, then it's getting that, and then it's getting that. So it's splitting the data, splitting the string based on a slash. Okay. Then, now this is probably the most confusing part is, of the results from the split, I want you to start at, so this is an array. Again, this is getting quite technical. Okay. An array, this is item number 0. This is item number 1. This is item number 2. And that's item number 3. Okay. So it split this string into an array where this text is item number 0. That's number 1. That's number 2. And that's number 3. So what we do is we say, okay, I want you to start at number 2. So it's going to start here and then only give me one, only go 1. Okay. So basically what it's doing is it's slicing this up and it's returning a different array that only contains the text that I asked it to. Okay. Now, if I had done 2, what it would do is it would give me Weaver space slash. It would have returned an array of Weaver space and slash because it says, I said start at number 2 and give me 2 items. Okay. So slice also returns an array. Now in this array, again, I only wanted 1. Okay. So it only returns this, but it returns this as an array. Okay. So at that point, I pipe it and say, give me the first item. And it is that. So, yes. Hopefully, I know that was confusing and I don't teach programming very much. So hopefully, some of that stuck in your brain, especially since we've been talking now for almost 3 hours. Okay. But yeah, this now returns Weaver space. And that was a lot of fun. I thought that was pretty cool because it makes it a little bit more user-friendly, a little bit nicer. But it also means that I don't need to save 2 versions of my string in the CMS, right? So anyway, there we go. Okay, that was interesting. All right, so let's go down. Let's keep going. If you notice now, in my button, I have Joe's goals. Well, in my data, I don't store first name and last name as 2 different fields. I store Joe Workman. So if I want Joe's goals, I need to be able to parse this string and give me just what I wanted. Okay? So let's have a look at that. I do something very similar, and let's have a look at this. So inside of this, this open goals button, okay, I copy that. So here we have member.name, and then I'm splitting on a space. Similar to up here, I'm splitting on a slash. Here I'm splitting on space, and then I'm giving me the first one. All right. So let's say if I'm doing Joe space workman. Okay. It splits on a space. It split again returns an array. An array has 0 and 1. Okay. And basically I'm saying, give me the first item in that array, which is Joe. So now this returns Joe, and I have an apostrophe S goals. So this returns Joe's goals. Pretty cool. Okay. And then in social links, okay, I have a QR code thing here. We'll review that in a little bit. It's something I added after I did the whole mock-up thing. Okay. It's pretty cool though. Right. But we'll definitely look at that. All right. In social links, you notice that I have the link containers just like I had before. Now here I have a new one for the contact card. Again, we'll skip that for now. I added something for each one of these. Okay, so before we just had a link container and the SVG. Now I have a conditional around each one. And what this says is the rule is purely member.linkedin. Now, when you have that, what it says is, does a user have member.linkedin defined? If they do, display this content. And then it goes to the next one. And the rule here is member.instagram. So basically it says, if a user has set member.instagram, add link container with the Instagram logo. This way, if a user doesn't define something, so let's say, for example, I'll delete my LinkedIn. Okay, and let's save this. Let's go back to this page. And if I refresh, right, wherever my card is, there it is, LinkedIn's gone. So this makes it so that if someone doesn't provide a particular social link, it's not going to be defined. And that's why all these other users that have no data, because these were all artificially generated ones, I didn't take the time to add social links for any of these. So they're all gone. Okay. So that's pretty cool. All right. Now let's look at the image. Okay. And so in order to replace this image, we're going to have to go into here, and we're going to find the image stack in the content. Image. Okay. And we're going to drag that out there. Okay. And I'm just going to delete this picture. So we're replacing that image with the Total CMS stack version. Okay. And so what we're going to do is we need to define the object ID for this. And the ID, basically we need the ID of the member. So that is member.id. Okay. Up here, member.id. Now, this is a variable that we're referencing from the loop. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to say that this uses a variable for the object. Okay. Now, because we're referencing from a custom collection, we need to check this box, and we need to set the collection to be members. And the property of my image, okay, it's not image, it is, I think it's photo. Yeah. So if we go just to show you, the name of that property is photo. Okay. So here I'm going to use property photo. Okay. And then you can set all your width and height and crops and all kinds of stuff here. Okay. Sweet. I'll admit I'm getting a little winded now that we're at 3 hours. And I think a lot of you are probably brain overload as well. Okay. So I am going to maybe put my foot on the gas a little bit, and I apologize for that. For those that are, novices to Total CMS 3. Okay. But I wanted to show just kind of how some of these more advanced things are possible. You know, I do have other videos that go even more beginner for Total CMS 3, and I know I'm breezing through a lot of this and not really going through all the general concepts. Again, we'd be here for days if I did. Okay, so I apologize for that. Okay. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move over to this project file that has everything. Okay, and I'll show you some other things that I did in here to get things working. Okay, so inside the loop here, if you remember, I have a checkbox for active. Okay, and what I did here is I applied a filter to this loop stack. So I have a filter and a sort. Okay, and in the filter, I just said filter if the active property is set to true. That way I can go in and I can disable any member that I want. I can go in here and I can disable this member, and that particular member is now disabled. Okay, and they won't show up on the homepage. Okay, so that filters out anyone that is active. So we only want to display people that are active. And for sort, I just set it to shuffle. And that way, if you go here, it's just you refresh the page. It's just they're just always in a different order. Okay. I think for a small group, like I said, my group only has 7 people. Shuffle is great. It kind of just shuffles everything. You can see everyone in one fell swoop anyway. Shuffle probably doesn't work great if you have a lot of things in your list, right? So you probably want to have some sort of defined sort and sort by a particular field, like maybe by name or something like that. Okay. I just thought it would be fun to have shuffle. That way everybody has a chance to be on top. Okay. Let's talk about something that's kind of fun. And that is this. I'm not going to go through this in great detail. Okay. But I thought it would be fun. Again, my group is a small group of people, and we've grown quite close, have a nice friendship, and it's nice to be able to know when it's somebody's birthday. Okay, and so I added it. If you know, in the admin area, you can define someone's birthday, right? So you can define their birthday, and I thought it would be fun to add this little emoji when it is somebody's birthday week. Not just today, but like it's their birthday within plus or minus 5 days, right? So that if we meet every Friday, I know if your birthday just happened or it's about to happen, right? Thought that would be kind of fun, and I did it. So yeah, pretty cool. So basically, here I will show you the twig. Let's just paste this in here. Let's turn on word wrap. All right. Actually, let's make it a little bit smaller. Oh, there we go. It looks much nicer now. Okay. I'll quickly just review it. So I get the date of today. I create a variable called today that gets the date. Then I take the member's birthday, and then I get the month and the day of the birthday, because I don't want the year. I just want I need to know the month and the day of their birthday. So that then I assign that to a variable called month day. Then I get the current year of their birthday. So I get basically let's say it's November 6th. So their birthday is on November 6th. Basically, this then gets me a date object that is November 6th, 2024. Even though in the CMS it's probably November 6th, 1960 or something like that, right? But now I'm getting, again, their month and day of this year. So that's some tricky stuff there. Okay. Then I create a start and end date. So basically what I do is I get the current year minus 5 days and the current year plus 5 days. I wonder if I do language mode. Oh, that's probably much nicer. Okay. Yeah. So now I get the current year, modify it, I subtract 5 days, and then I return the actual date object of that. Pretty cool, right? So now I have a start date and an end date. Okay. So I chucked all of that inside of an HTML stack. Well, first off, actually, all of this is inside of a conditional that if somebody set their birthday, because obviously this is only going to work if they actually defined a birthday. So I have a conditional that checks whether or not they set their birthday. And if they do, all of this stuff runs. Okay. So if they did set a birthday, I run all of this and I get the start date and the end date. Then I have another conditional that basically says, here, let me take this. Okay. If today, which is greater than the start date, and today is less than the end date. So if the date is between the start and the end, which is plus or minus 5 days, display this container that has an emoji. That's it. And then I do have some let's see. Here it is. I have a couple things, right? So I set the font style for the emoji or the font size. I set a position. I change the cursor and I transform it so I rotate it a little bit. Okay. So essentially, this position swatch is the important one. This is what basically takes that emoji and always puts it at the top right corner of my card. Right? Pretty magical. That's some next level stuff there. That was a lot of playing around to get that to work. And another thing that I do, if you notice, I don't display people's birthday, but if you hover over it, you can actually see what day their birthday is, right? So I added that with just a little. I added a container around this, and in the container, I added a tooltip, and inside the tooltip, I just display their birthday using Twig inside of the content of the tooltip. And I just say member.birthday, and I put in the date format that is November 4th or January 6th or something like that, right? So there we go. Pretty slick. This is next level stuff right there. Like, that's pretty cool. And again, it's all dynamic. It'll only display this if it's plus or minus 5 days of the person's birthday. Like, that's pretty cool. Okay, just to play around here, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to change my birthday. If you see here, it doesn't show this. So I'm going to change my birthday to be 11/4/1980. Okay. Which is November 4th was 2 days ago, right? So now if I go ahead and reload this page, okay, the birthday sign shows up on my card with November 4th because it's plus or minus 5 days. But didn't show that before because August 4th, which is my actual birthday, isn't within the realm of possibility, right? Definitely next level stuff. Okay. Pretty cool stuff there. The same process that I did for the mock-up of this meetings thing, you know, I like that where I basically replaced all the mock data with Total CMS data. I did the same thing up here, okay? And let me show you what that looks like, okay? So here, again, I added a loop stack inside of that block grid, okay? And here I put the collection to meetings. I put the loop variable to be meeting, okay? At that point, I can then use meeting dot whatever to display my data. So here at the top, I have the date, okay? It is meeting dot date, and then I pipe in, I format my date using this logic here. So capital M gives you the letters or the word or the short word version of a date. Then I have a space, and then I have the day comma, and then capital Y gives us the full year, right? So that displays the meeting date. I then have the meeting notes. And we'll go over in a little bit how I open up the light boxes, right? So when you click on this, it opens up a light box. Okay. Wait, then in attended, now this is pretty cool. So I have another block grid, and this is something that I'd never done before in Total CMS 3 either. I have another loop stack. Okay. Let me show you what it looks like when you add a meeting. Okay. So when you add a meeting, now this is actually a page that, oh man, there's so much more I haven't shown. In this project, I didn't want users to log into the Total CMS admin area. So I created this custom page that has the meeting form. Okay. So in here, you put in your date. And if you click on the attended, if you notice, what it does is it shows you all, it's pre-filled with all of the members. Okay. So I can just click on the member names for the attended and the missed. That's really cool. Okay. And in a little bit, I can show you how I did that. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and let's jump around. So inside the Total CMS admin area, if you go to your schema for your meeting, okay, we have the attended and missed fields or properties. Okay, let's look at attended. Okay, this is a list field. Okay, and if we go into the settings, we'll see that there is some really cool settings that we can set for. This works for list fields and select boxes. Okay. And what you do, it allows you to create relational options. And what it does is you can give it the collection of members. So it's going to go to the members field. You define a value and a label. Okay. So the label is what you see in the dropdown, but the value is the ID. Okay. So what I'm doing is in that form, while you see the person's name, the value that gets added is that user's ID number. Okay. So this allows us to do relationships between different collections now. So again, it's going through the collections, it's going to loop through, and it's going to create options for, oops, darn it. It's going to create options for each member where the value when a user is selected is their ID, but the label that you see in the form is the name. So the value, again, the value that gets saved is their ID. Okay? So that's important to know because now I am looping through my meetings. And inside there, I need to loop through all of the people that attended this meeting. Man, I am getting hungry. So I have a second loop. And in here, I am looping through meeting.attended. So I'm going to loop through everyone that attended this instance of a meeting. And then I'm going to, the loop variable is called member. Okay. Now it's, this isn't the member object. What it is, it's just the ID. So I probably could have called this just ID, right? But it's essentially, it's going to loop through the attended, and the actual variable is going to be member, the ID of the member. Okay. So now what it's going to do is it's going to loop through each member, and it's going to create a block grid cell. And if you notice, right, when we do that, let's go back to the homepage. it's going to loop through each person that attended this meeting and add an image for each person that attended. All right. So when it loops through, we want to add an image. That image, the object ID is the member. Okay. And that is it should be member ID, right? So it should be loop variable is member ID. Okay. And so in here, that variable is called member ID. And then it's going to be a part of the collection members, and the property is photo. So again, in order to get the image for each member, all I needed to know was the ID. Once I know the ID, the collection and the photos, the collection and the property are static values. I know exactly what they are because I know the member's collection is member, and I know the property of the photo that I want to bring in is photo. Okay. Another thing, we need to make sure that the object value, we have to tell the stack that is a variable. Okay. I set my sizes to be 32 or 64 by 64. Okay. So it puts in it brings down and generates a 64 pixel version of that image. I want to ensure that because I wanted these to be circles, I need to make sure that even if the person uploads a non-square photo, that it generates a square version of the image. Therefore, I set the fit and crop to crop focal point. When you do that, it's going to make sure that the image that is generated is exactly 64 pixels by 64 pixels, and it will crop anything else outside of that. For more information on images, I have other videos on that, on how the cropping works. Okay. And then obviously it uses the focal point, which by default is the middle of the image. All right. So yeah, there we go. That loops through all of the member images, or all the members, and displays the image for each person that is attended. And then I do the same exact thing. I have a header for mist, and then I have another block grid, and then I loop through all the people that are inside the mist, and I display all the images for all of those. Pretty cool, right? Sorry, I was not paying attention to the chat. James, you said, is this going to be more complex than the previous version? I mean, I'm definitely driving at 60 miles an hour right now. Okay. So I know a lot of stuff that I did is probably this live stream wasn't meant to be here's the basics of Total CMS 3. I personally think that Total CMS 3 will be easier than Total CMS 1. But it's also has some really cool, it's easier to do more advanced things, okay, that you can never do in Total CMS 1. So yes, please don't take what I'm showing you right now as a beginner's tutorial to Total CMS 3. Okay. I tried to do somewhat of a beginner's thing when I built the website with Foundation. But yeah, again, we'd be here for days if I tried to start from the beginning with Total CMS 3. Okay. And thank you, Sean, for the comment. You said I make it all look easy. Okay. So yeah, that's how I kind of built out this grid. Okay. And as you see, I didn't, a lot of these meetings were dummy data, so I didn't go ahead and try to, add in attendees for each of this dummy data. Okay. So excuse that. Okay. Next up. Let's talk about, how about these light boxes? Okay. I will go through, essentially the implementation for this light box and this light box are identical. Okay. It's just, so let's pick the profile one. Okay. We'll go over that implementation. Okay. If we look at the project file, okay, while this website does appear to be a single web page project for the most part, there are multiple pages. Okay. So like if I were to click on this, this looks like it's basically what this is. This is actually an iframe, and the iframe is injected inside of a lightbox. Same thing here. If I click on this, this is an iframe that is injected into the lightbox. Okay. What's kind of cool about this approach is if I hold down the command tab, if you're familiar with browsers, if you command click it opens a link in a new tab. So if I'm going to command click this button, okay, it does open the lightbox, but you'll notice it's actually opened up another tab that is this person's page, right? It's basically the page that is inside of that lightbox. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I need to run. I'm going to take a quick potty break, or not a potty break. I need water. Okay. So just give me a minute. I'm going to run downstairs and get a glass of water. My mouth is getting famished here. So I'm sorry. I just need to take a quick break. Literally 30 seconds. I'm going to go get a cup, fill it up with some water. I'll be right back. Maybe you can do the same thing. Okay. Okay. I even found some leftover breakfast here. I'm going to take a couple bites of food here. Okay. Sean, you asked a good question. Why have one light box instead of why have an iframe in a light box? So we'll answer that. It's a good question. Talking for 3 hours straight's no joke, man. Okay. Okay. Why not do multiple light boxes? Okay, I'm still sharing my screen, right? Thank God. Okay. Let's take this this into account. If we look down here, I have 2 light boxes. I have a member light box and a meeting light box. Okay. So if I wanted to have all of this data show up in a light box, okay, and not use the iframe approach, it is possible. There's some caveats, okay? If you could basically drag this into, let's say this light box into this container, okay? I'm just going to shrink that, okay? And then basically, in right now, you remember, this is the loop, okay? And so it would create a light box for every member in this loop, okay? And inside of this light box, you could actually put in content. Like you could put in all of this content into this light box. Okay. I have an offsite. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna delete the offsite and do everything like I would. Okay. But you can display all of this. You can put the member name, all this list inside of the light box. You can definitely do that. Okay. However, in this case, I want to also, in this light box, I want to display the about, the goals, and the goals, right? So both goals and the about. And now remember, in order for something to display in the loop, okay, it needs to be a part of the index. And I'm pretty certain, if I go to here, if I go to look at member, okay, inside member, the about and the 2 goal content areas are not a part of the index. So I could add those to the index, but as we know, it is better from a performance perspective to have the least amount of data in your index as possible. So in this case, I don't want access to the about or the quarters or the goals inside of the index. Okay. But had I could display them in here. Okay. Now another caveat is once if I create a light box for every member, so every member has their own unique light box, I need to do some trickery with the lightbox ID. Now, this isn't too difficult. You could probably just do, every member has an ID. So I probably could just do like member.id, right? Inside the lightbox ID. And that would work, right? Oops, member.id, right? So I could probably add member.id into the lightbox ID. And that would ensure that every single lightbox had a unique ID. Okay? Definitely possible. Okay? But it adds a layer of complexity. Okay. So those are two reasons why I don't do it that way. Okay. Again, I don't want to have all data inside of my index. By using an iframe, I can point that iframe to the member page, and the member page has access to all of the data about a member. Okay, so let's explain how I did it here. Oops. Yeah, let's open up this member lightbox. Okay, so let's look at this member lightbox. The lightbox ID is called member. Okay, and then inside the offsite, it's important you give it a name. I called the name here member page. Okay, so the lightbox setup is actually very minimal, and you could set the URL to be blank. It's fine. Yes. So Sean, you're correct. By putting the lightbox in here, you potentially have. I mean, here I only have 7 members, but if you had 100 or 1,000 things, it would create 1,000 different lightboxes, right? And potentially, if that lightbox had an image or something special, it would then load in all of those resources, right? This way, it's only loading things when you click on it. Okay, so well, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so this lightbox is pretty simple. Again, the important thing is here in the lightbox, you set up a member a lightbox ID, which is member, and then the offsite, I set you have to give it a unique name, so I call it member page. Okay, so let's look at this this goals button, because remember, if we go into this, when I click on it, it does 2 things. Okay, it opens the lightbox and it loads a specific URL into the iframe. Okay, so let's look at that settings. So if we look at the edit link, okay, what I'm doing is I'm linking to the page and passing it the member ID. Okay, so what that is that's this page. If we look at the URL, oops, okay, it is just /member and then $ID equals and then the ID of the user. Now here, because I was using fake data, the IDs are like these random things. But you know, in real life, like if we go to my my nicely created user account, if we click on this one, oops, not in the lightbox. Okay, we'll see here it says ID equals Joe Workman. Okay, so here again, I'm just loading the member page. I'm telling it to go to the member page, and then ID equals, and then I'm injecting the member ID, which in my case here is Joe Workman is my ID. Okay, I'm injecting that with Twig. Okay, then in target, by default, it's set to current window. What we want to do is we want to set the target to be iframe name. So if I were to set this to be current window, this would essentially make this button open this web page just by clicking on it. But that's not, we don't want it to load this web page. We want it to load the web page into an iframe. And this iframe name is the same name that we configured inside offsite. Okay, so that this setup here loads the URL inside of the iframe. Now, further down, we have an add custom attribute. Okay, and this we do data-open equals member. What this does is this tells the link to open the lightbox. Data open can be used across a lot of foundation components, lightboxes, drop downs, off canvas. Okay, so you can open up any foundation component or most foundation components with data-open, and then you have to give it the ID of that component, and that ID obviously has to match the ID that you defined inside of the component. So in the lightbox, I gave it an ID of member. So we said data-open member. See? Attribute data-open member. So the combination of these two things that we've done opens the lightbox and loads the member page inside of the iframe, all with one click. I discovered this trick, I don't know, it was a couple years ago, and it was like, opened up so many cool possibilities. Okay, I love it. Okay, again, the benefits are, the resources for, right, I mean, these are pretty simple, right? It just loads an image and some other extra text, right? But this could have a lot of extra, like if this could be have a gallery in it or something like that, right? And at this point, with the way we've built it now, the data inside this lightbox is only ever loaded when you click. So it makes the page super performant. This is a great workflow. Okay. And an added benefit that I kind of like is if you hold down the command key and click, you still get the option of it opening in a new browser window. I like that too. So you get both, right? I mean, I still have this page, right? And we can look at this page, right? Let's go ahead and look at that now. Okay, so we go to this is the member page. This is this page here. Okay. And so what do we do here? Here we have I'm using the Total CMS object data loader. Okay, so I'm using data loaders. I'm using the object data loader stack. Okay, and it's right here. And what I'm doing is I say the collection is members and load the get the ID from the URL. So what it's doing is it's parsing the URL and it's getting the ID from the URL dynamically. And then it assigns that member to a variable called member, right? So again, this is kind of like similar where, you know, your collection is kind of going to be the plural and then your variable is going to be the singular because we're loading that particular member. And then a lot of this data is actually the same exact, I just copied and pasted from the other page. You'll even notice on this page when I hover over, you still get the hover effect, okay? I kind of liked that. I was like, I left it in there because it was kind of like just like a nice little Easter egg or something, right? So yeah, I just list the QR code, which I don't think I've shown. If you click on that, it gives you the QR code, okay? Remind me, I can go over that in a little bit, okay? It still has as you see, it has the member stuff. Now maybe on this page, maybe I don't want to load in the birthday. I could just delete that. And now that member stuff is gone. Okay. And then further down, basically I'm doing, what am I doing here? I'm doing, about Joe. And again, I'm doing that little split thing where I only get the first name. Okay. And then I'm adding the about contents. And then, so here's some interesting stuff. So the goals for 2024 and goals for Q4 2024 are dynamic. So this is always going to display the current year, and this is always going to display the current quarter that we're in of the current year. So right now we are in Q4 2024. So this is all dynamic. And I did that with this little twig statement here. Okay. I'll admit, I even I think for this, I used ChatGPT to create this particular twig for me. And I didn't need to, I don't think I did anything actually, to be honest with you. Yeah. So then, this creates a variable called year that I say goals for year. And then it also creates a variable called quarter that I do goals for quarter year. Pretty cool, right? And then if someone doesn't have so here I do display the member goals. If they don't have any goals set, it displays no goals set. So there's a way of defining default data, right? So like if I were to go to, was it this one before? Let's just go to let's go to this one. Looks like maybe that is broken because it should display no goals for, okay. There might be a problem with that. Oh well. Interesting. I swear I thought I saw that working. Anyway. So now I did have some small customizations for some of the member photo stuff just for this page. So for example, if we look at over here, if you notice, it doesn't have it actually, the background color of this, I've changed it to be the same as the background color of the web page so that it kind of bleeds into the web page. So it doesn't look like a card until you hover over it. So again, because the other member photo stuff is actually inside of my partial, with site styles. On this particular page, I wanted to override some existing settings and just change things up a little bit. So yeah, there we go. Another thing that's quite cool is you notice that when we go to this page, you see the menu bar up at the top, okay? But when we click on it in here, you don't see the menu bar. Okay. That's a feature of offsite. And okay, something I haven't shown you is how I created this whole site layout partial. Maybe we could do that. That's kind of going backwards and back into Foundation 6, the site design world. Okay. So inside this, this is my menu bar. Okay. Which you see now has been, I added a couple other things, added a log out button, and links to the home page as well as the charter page. Okay. But the thing is here, I added this inside of an offsite hide stack. Okay. And what that does is, what that does is, if you visit this web page independently, it shows everything. Okay. But when you open up that web page inside of a lightbox or inside of an iframe, it hides that particular thing, right? So that's how I can kind of make this experience a little bit nicer, because when you go directly to the page, you want to see this, right? Because you want to be able to get back to the home page, right? And maybe see some other stuff. Again, this is a very simple site, but maybe you could have a whole bunch of other stuff that you can do, okay? Or hide. But yeah, when you're in a lightbox, you don't want to see the menu and the title bar again. Like that's not useful. So that offsite hide stack will hide that menu when it's inside of the iframe, but when it's not inside, it'll display it. So pretty cool little hack there. Okay. So that was a very long-winded explanation of how the lightboxes are done. Again, the same exact thing was done for the meeting notes button. It goes to a meeting page, which the same exact thing happens if I were to go up here and command click on one of these. Here is the meeting page, right? Again, the same thing. This top bar is hidden within the iframe, but else if it's not, it opens it up in the lightbox, right? Pretty cool. Next up, hey guys, I have a half hour left. Okay. Before I have a hard break. I never thought I'd be going for 4 hours, but a half hour and we got to call it. Let's talk about some of the other pages that we have. So, let's talk about the ability to add a new meeting. Okay. So if you see, I have a page here called New Meeting. Okay. And since this has a form on the page, you need to have the admin core stack on the page. Okay. And then here, actually, let's back up a little bit before I get into that. Let's talk about why I have this thing called this site layout. Okay. And let's go ahead and let's duplicate this page. Okay. So there are some things on a web page. So when you're building out a site, okay, I'm going to extract, let's see, let's take this site layout and unpack it. Okay. So obviously as we build our web pages out, there are going to be a lot of things that we want on multiple web pages or every web page. Okay. And, let's, so up here, obviously I have a lot of swatches. Okay. So remember I unpacked this particular, partial and it contains site styles, which has a lot of these. It has a lot of these others, the social links, a lot of these other swatches that I created, that I use across multiple pages. Initially, I didn't have them inside site styles because they were, I only used them in one page, and then I decided, like, you know, I used them across multiple pages, so I just chucked them in here into the partial. And it's nice kind of separating them out. So I have my meeting grid stuff. I have the search input that potentially shows up on multiple pages. So I added that into there as well. Okay. But the the important bit here, actually, I should have, I don't know if I can keep undoing my changes. Oh, well. In this site layout, let's look at it here. Okay, obviously I have a lot of partials, or I have a lot of styles. Okay, but in this area, I had again at the very top of every web page is this menu. Okay, so again, I showed you why I have it inside the offsite hide, because if I load a page inside of an iframe, I don't want it to be there. Okay, and then I have a 3-column that has here it's loading the logo from the CMS. Okay, and then here I have a section lock, which I'll get into. Hopefully we'll have time to get into some of the authentication stuff that I did. Okay, basically, remember I showed you before how the charter page, if you're logged in, if you're not logged in, it doesn't show the menu. Okay, that's what this section lock does. So if you're not logged in, it's not going to display this menu. Okay, so that's how that's done. And then this menu item with the logout, there's a special macro called cms.logout, and that will always create a logout URL for you. Okay, so that's how that's done. Okay. Now, before I talked about, remember when we were doing the mockup, I had a bento box, right? So in here on this page, I had this container that has, again, the 3-column and the divider, and then I had this bento box. And all of my page content is inside that bento box, right? So what I did is I created a partial out of that, and here's the container, here's the menu, here's the bento box. Those were components that I wanted on every single web page. So I created a partial out of that. I unpinned the bento box. So now that on every web page, all I have to do is add this site layout partial, and then all the content in here gets inside of that same exact layout, so that every single web page has the same exact layout. Okay, pretty cool. Now, on some pages like this new meeting, I don't want this inside of the site layout partial, because not every web page I want to have the admin core. Same thing with the page lock. I don't want every single page to be locked, because this charter page isn't locked, right? It's actually publicly accessible. Okay. So yeah. And then I had a couple custom swatches for this particular page. Okay. And let's talk about this this new meetings page. Okay. Now I talked about the kind of the site layout partial that I created. This is actually really super simple. Okay. So all it is, I had a heading. So I have a header, say new meeting, and then I have a custom form stack. Okay. And that is, if we go to forms, custom form. Now, this is the easiest implementation of it, because inside here, there is a checkbox for auto build form. Okay. And when you set that, so you in your form, you set it, we're creating a form for the collections of meetings, my meetings collection. And I just set it to be auto build form. And what it does is it goes out into the collection, it looks at the schema, and it will automatically build out the form for me. Pretty cool. It's easy. And then what I wanted to do is in here, I automated the ID field, and it just the ID is automatically created every time with an ID, the UUID. Because yeah, I just want to be able to create a meeting, and the ID is just some arbitrary random numbers and digits, right, in letters. So I don't want to display the meeting, the ID field here. So what I do is I have a swatch here that just hides it. Okay. So I just display swatch ID field, display none. Done. Okay. Another thing I could have done is I could have gone into the schema for a meeting. Oh, I guess I did do that. I think I did that afterwards. I set the form to be hidden. Okay. So whenever you create a new ID, it just hides the field automatically. So actually this swatch isn't even needed anymore. Okay. And if you didn't know, for ID fields, you can set up an autogen setting. And if you set the autogen to be exactly this, essentially it just makes the ID always automatic and it will always be unique. Okay. So that way, that's why in this particular instance, it's okay to always hide or set your ID field to be hidden, because the object ID is always going to be some random string of letters and numbers. Okay. It's not pretty to look at. As you saw them earlier, if we go into our meetings, I mean, it's these here, right? So again, they're not nice to look at, but they're guaranteed to be unique. Okay. So there we go. So that's it for the form. This was the, I would say, I forgot that I built this auto build form thing, and yeah, it worked. It worked like magic here. It was absolutely gangbusters. Pretty cool. Okay. And I already showed you how to do the attendee stuff so that you can, have a defined preset list and associate and do some linking and relationships between, again, different collections, objects in different collections. Okay. Now let's go back up to the home page. And let's show this edit profiles thing. Actually, well, hey, before we do that, because that requires I show you some authentication stuff first. Let's look at the search. Okay, so here I can search anything. So I can search up Joe, hit enter, and it takes me to the search page. Okay, and so if we go to the search page here, relatively simple page. I did do some fancy styling. This is just a Foundation 6 form. I did some fancy styling on there. I'm not going to dive into the styling. If you want to join me on Friday, I'm happy to kind of show you how I did that. Essentially, I just I did a bunch of form swatches here. Actually, it wasn't even that much, was it? Oh no, I think I added that to the here. So there was a few different swatches here. Set the background to transparent. Unset the box shadow, unset borders, added a bottom border, change the font, and set the height. Okay, that's the 5-second tour of what I've done. Okay, so yeah, I kind of like that. And so it's just this search field. Obviously, I did an inline form here so that the button and the field are in line. You don't really need to click the search button because you can just hit enter, right? So you can just, I just type lorem, there's none, lorem, there's some, right? So you can search and, and whatnot. I should probably make this page not do that scroll thing. I just copied and pasted this grid layout from the homepage, but I'd probably turn off this maximum height so it just displays and it scrolls the page instead of this container. This uses a search field. So in the input here, it uses a keyboard type of search. This is just a Foundation 6 form. Okay. So yeah, you kind of get that for free, with the little X. You can clear the search and whatnot, done by the browser, which is nice. So yeah, here, this is a pretty rudimentary, loop. Again, I'm looping through meetings. In this particular one, I've set it to be a search form. Okay, so I enabled search within this loop. And yeah, if you notice when I do a search that returns nothing, I have nothing found content that you then display down here. And then essentially I just duplicated the same exact layout that we have on the homepage. But here, the loop, instead of preloading data, or instead of loading all of it, it only loads data from the search request. Okay. So yeah, because you just do that by enabling this right there. Okay. And if you're curious how on the home page, how I have a search box here. Okay. On the home page, that is also, where is it? Oh, here. That is also a form. Okay. That is set the search URL to the search page. Okay, so we just do a get URL action, and we point it to the URL of the search page, which is /search, right? So the URL on this page, it is just, the domain /search. So you just set the get URL action to the web page, and it's just the same exact form. In this form, in the homepage form, I just made the text smaller, right? So I just made the text smaller and the box and everything a little bit tinier. But yeah, it's just a Foundation 6 form that points to this page. So is this form. This form right here, it's the same thing. I just styled it. I added some additional styles that just made things bigger. So that's it. Okay. Right, the last bit. Authentication. Okay. So here we have a button that shows you how you can edit your profile. Okay. Now, it is impossible for this particular form. If you look at the, as the meeting ID, it loads the meeting from the URL. This doesn't do that. And that's a security hole because I don't want people to be able to edit other people's profiles, right? So like if I put in, a profile, any other profile via the URL, this form isn't going to do its job, right? That's because I've set it to only load in the data for the user that's currently logged in. Okay. Now, before I can go on how I accomplish that, let's back up and look at how we lock down this entire website. From the stack standpoint, it's super easy. Okay. At the top of the pages that I want locked, you just add the page lock stack, which is right here in the authentication group of Total CMS 3. Add that at the very top of the page. Now, one important thing here is place this before the CMS core stack. Okay. So this needs to be the very first thing on the page if you want to lock it. Okay. If you put this below CMS core, you're not going to get your expected behavior, okay? Because this has to happen before, okay? That's why I have this little warning in there. It has to be before the CMS core stack. It actually threw me for like an hour or so. I thought I had a bug because I basically what I did is I put this inside of site styles behind or after CMS core, and things weren't working. I was like, I knew I had this working before. What happened? And so yeah, it was just because it has to be before. Now, if you remember, in Total CMS, there is an authentication group. Okay, there is an authentication collection. If you notice, that only has me right in it. Okay, and then members. This website was actually a really great use case for this and a test for this because I want my members to be able to log into this website, okay? But I don't want them to be able to access this admin dashboard. So one way to do that is to create two different authentication collections. In order to log into this dashboard, you have to be added to the auth collection. This auth collection is special, okay? Again, you have to be in the auth collection to be able to access this dashboard. If a user that was logged into this website, any of the users, and if they tried to access that dashboard because they knew the URL, or actually on the bottom of this page, I actually added a nice little thing, a little lock down here. When you click on that, it takes you to the dashboard. But if you were logged in as a member and you clicked on this, you would get an access denied. Okay, because they are not a part of the auth collection. Now, if you look at the auth collection, there are a certain number of fields required for an auth collection. You need to have a field called active. You need to have an email field. You need to have a password field. You need to have a creation date, a last login, and a login count. Okay. There's some other things that you could optionally add but they're not required, such as maximum login count, expiration date, and groups. I didn't need these particular 3 features for my use case. Okay, but if we look at the members collection, okay, let's just go into the definitions here. You'll notice that I added the active field. Okay, that is a requirement. So in order for a collection to be used as authentication, again, it needs to have these fields. Active, password, and all those other ones I said. Last login count, created, last login. And they have to be named this exact thing. And if you're ever curious, you could just go look at the auth schema. You can see all the available fields here. Okay. And I don't think I've documented that yet, but I'll make sure I document custom authentication collections. Okay. So with that said, that's how that is set up. You just need to make sure when you create, and again, you can add as many other extra fields as you want. So I added all these social media fields, all these goals and about me stuff. Okay. You can add as many additional fields as you want, but you have to have those other fields in order for authentication to work. Okay. So back to the Rapid Weaver. So in page lock, since I'm using a custom authentication collection, you have to define the collection that you're using. So if you turn this off, it's going to assume that you're using the auth collection. I don't want it to use the auth collection. I want it to authenticate against the members collection. Okay. And then basically on every single web page that I want locked, I put in that same stack. Now I probably could partial this out, but I just copied and pasted the stack. Okay. But yeah, to be fair, you probably would want to, now remember this charter page, I don't want this page to be authenticated. So I don't have a page lock stack on this page because this is the only page in the entire project that doesn't require a login. But all the others do. So the search, edit profile, they all have the page lock stack and they all have the collection set to members. Okay. So now with that setup, once you, if you ever to go to any of those web pages, it's going to, here I'll log out, right? Again, if I go to the charter page, again, I can access this page. Again, I'm not logged in, and I know that because I'm not seeing the menu up here because I'm not logged in. And if I go back to the home page, hey, it's going to require that I log in. Oops, what happened? Did I? Oh yeah, I changed the email address on my account. Support. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Okay. So I logged into the account that doesn't have access to the dashboard right now. I did that on purpose. So I can log in and I can see all the data. Okay. I can go and I can edit my profile. Okay. But if I click on this, I'm going to get an access denied because the account that I just logged into doesn't have access to the dashboard. Pretty cool. Okay. Page lock stack locks down a whole page. Can you set a message to inform them that they have no access? Well, yeah, you just saw that, right? So, yeah, when I logged in, it said access denied. And then you can either click this page or click that link, or after I think 10 seconds, it'll redirect you back to where you were. Okay. Okay. Now let's talk about this edit profile page. Okay. And this edit profile, form. Okay. So if we look here, it's the same thing. It uses a custom form. Okay. However, if you'll notice that it's quite a bit nicer, right? the member field or the member data or the schema has a lot of fields. And I didn't want to have it just like this one huge form. I wanted to like break it up and give it a nice layout. So I decided on this layout where I have these vertical tabs, and it gets you access to all the various parts of a profile. Okay. And yeah, I thought this was an interesting UI. Okay. So to do that, again, I'm loading in the data. Oh, well, so there in the auth form, there is a user data stack. Okay. And when you add this to the page, it loads in the user data for the currently logged in user. Okay. So in that case, I'm logged into this account. It loads my account information onto the page. Okay. And it gets you access, actually in the settings of this stack, it shows you all of the various things that you have access to. You have access to the user ID, the username, the user email, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So let's skip this tab layout that I built. All right. We can review that in a little bit if we have time, but I want to go into this collection. Okay. Or this custom form. So in this particular custom form, I am not using the auto build form feature. Remember in the other one, it was simple. I just clicked that and I just magically got the form. Okay. But it was the form. It was just a simple form. Okay. And I was okay with that. But this one, I don't want one big, huge, ginormous form. So, and I also want to, now this actually feature isn't in your version. Okay. This checkbox to say load object, that doesn't exist. That's something I just added because I realized I needed it. Okay, to do this. So I'm loading in an object and I'm loading it from the members collection and I'm giving it the user ID. Again, I can use user ID because I added this stack to the page and it loads all the user data into a variable called user. Therefore, in here, I can give it the object ID of user ID. And because that is a variable, I need to check this little button right there. Now, if I wanted to load in, if I turn off that, I can put in, Joe-Workman. But then at that point, that's always going to load the Joe Workman user. And that's not helpful. User.id. Because we want to dynamically load in the currently logged in users from their ID. Okay. So at this point, what you need to do is you need to add in, you need to add into this form. This is a big form. It actually has a lot of fields. Okay. I just have them hidden. Okay. Here, let me shrink some of these actually. Okay. So this is the first tab. So if you notice here inside the form, I have a tabs content stack. And then inside the tab contents stack, I have the contents for an about tab, a social tab, a goals tab, and a password tab. Okay. And then again, that's the contents. So this is the contents of the social tab. This is the contents of the goals tab, and this is the contents of the password tab. Okay. So if we look at the password tab, you'll notice that it only has the contents of the password field. Okay. And you add that through this little plus button, and you can add in the type of field. So for each of these fields, you put in the property of the field, and you can put in a few other options within the field. Okay. Now, if you wanted, you can also do custom attributes. At that point, you could do a custom label, placeholder, and help text. But if you don't do custom field attributes, it pulls it from whatever you stored inside the CMS, which is what I'd recommend. Okay, so it says label here, but on the page it actually pulls in password because that's how I've labeled that when I set up the schema. Okay, so again, the password tab has the password. The goals has the goals, the two goals things. Right. The social has all of the various, social ones for LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, blah, blah, blah. And then the about tab has the image field, which is set to a property of photo, the name field, which is set to a property of name, so on and so forth. Now, there are some fields that I don't want the user to be able to access. Okay, so like the ID field. I add all the ones that I don't want to be seen. I add them as hidden fields. All right, so basically what it is down here, I went in hidden field, and then I added in the property. Because I don't want to remove the values. Another thing I could have done is I could have just chucked them into a visibility stack or something like that as well. Okay. So yeah, so that breaks down all my tab content, and it pretty much turns my form into a tab content, right? And then now I based this layout off of, actually there's a template called tabs or vertical tabs. Okay, it's part of my free template pack for Foundation 6, and that's what I use to build this out. What's kind of cool is when there's enough space, we have vertical tabs on the left, and on mobile, we have tabs on the top. Okay, so that's a nice little setup. As you see, it just uses I create my tabs twice, and I just use visibility to show and hide them based on the breakpoints. Right. So this one shows for hide for small only, and this one is show for small only. Right. Pretty cool. I like it. Now I did do a bunch of customizations for tabs. And you see down here, I have all these swatches that customize the look and feel to get me basically the background, the colors, to match my site. I have round corners on the tabs. Actually, that was just the, I think that was just the radius swatch, or not. Oh, no, there. Yeah, it was just the radius class. Okay. But essentially, like on the border, I removed the border because tabs have borders. I removed the border. By default, the tab contents have backgrounds. I just wanted it to look like it was on the web page, right? So I just nuked the background on the tab content so it's transparent. It's none. In the panels, by default, there's some padding around this. I nuked the padding. Background on the tabs. So the background here, I wanted it to be one of my colors that I defined it in site styles. So I just used the swatch color of white, which is, as you see, it's that off-white. It's not quite white, right? And then I styled, let's see, the borders. The fonts, I made them larger. For some reason, the tabs have very small text by default. So I made them bigger, okay? And all of these, if you're curious, I didn't know the classes of these off the top of my head. And for tabs, if you notice there's all these under swatch selectors element, there's all kinds of stuff for tabs. So there's tab container, there's an individual tab, there's an individual active tab, there's the tab content wrappers, and the tab content panel. Okay. So based on all of these, you can, I used this page element to target all of these. Okay. Even like here, like see, to target the active tab is actually quite a complex CSS selector. You don't need to know what that is. You just click tab active. And that's, if you see here, the active tab is that dark green. Okay. And as you see, it pulls in the color, the primary color from site styles. I don't actually set the color. It just uses the primary color from site styles. Okay. So yeah, there's just a lot of various little doohickeys. What was this one? Oh, this one was by default tabs have they're underscored. The active tab is underscored. I didn't like that. So, yeah, this one was used Font Pro. I should make that easier in the future and just normal Foundation. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much how this form was built. Again, the magic is, I load in the currently logged in user. The page is locked, so you can't even access this page if you're not logged in. So if you are logged in, then it's going to continue, and you will. We're going to load in your data, and then in the form, I'm loading in your user ID. so that it always loads in the data for just the logged in user. And it generates this cool tab layout for the form. I think it looks actually, I'm really happy with this little site. I have to say, like, I think this feature of the custom form was the only thing I added to Total CMS to accomplish everything I've showed you today. Everything else is done, which is pretty cool. Okay. With that, guys, I think I've gone over the entire site. That was 4 hours. For those of you that are still with me, man, you are a hero. I know I kind of sped up and I glossed over some things. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed. Hopefully you got some stuff out of today. And I know it was, I'm sure you're going to watch the reruns of this, or the replay, right? And you can slow it down, pause, do all kinds of stuff. If you have any other questions, please go ahead and post on the community for this event. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know someone's going to ask me for the project file. I don't know what to do about that. This is a site that I did build it for an actual project. It wasn't a paid project, but I'll consider it. So yeah. I hope you enjoyed this. Are there any other lasting questions? I think I know there was a lot of stuff in the chat that I didn't mention, but I think I answered all of the questions. So if you have any other questions, if you want an answer now, speak now or forever hold your peace. If not, thank you very much, everybody. I'll stay on for a couple minutes and watch the chat to see if there's anything else here. Let's peruse through the page. See if I missed anything in particular. One thing I'll say, some things I don't like. Okay. I'm not sure I love this scrolling container here on the homepage. Okay. Actually, I didn't, when I was building this prior to like an hour meetings here, these two, anything in the past, you just go to the search page or something like that, you know? Yeah. And maybe by default in the search page, I'll just display everything by default instead of having a blank page. I don't think I love the scrolling container. It kind of makes it funky as you're scrolling down the page, because once you hit this block and you start scrolling, it scrolls that instead of the web page. So I don't know. I don't love that. Okay. When will you release the missing feature? For the custom forms. There are a couple other minor little things I've tweaked. I was thinking of releasing it this week just as a very minor update, since I did this live stream. So yeah, probably this week. Again, it's just some minor things. I know everyone wants all the depot and the other stuff that I haven't done yet. But I could probably ship an update this week with these minor changes that I've done. Okay. That way it's just out there. Okay. So yeah, I'll commit to doing that before the hangout on Friday. I'll ship an update, beta, whatever we are at 13 right now, with what I've done here. Okay. Good question. Thanks, Steve. So yeah, I didn't like this. What else didn't I like? I didn't go over the QR code stuff. All right, really quick. Okay, where's the QR code stuff? Oh, right here. So funny enough, you know how I talked about how we have these light boxes, okay, that are outside. For the QR code stuff, I actually have a light box in the loop, okay? And there is a here, let's copy and paste this into. Okay. So essentially what I'm doing here is I built a Twig extension for QR codes. And actually a lot of this is documented. If you go to, shoot, hold on one second. Let me log into my other account here. All right. We go to the docs and then go to filters. No. Shoot. Oh, QR codes. Boom. Here's docs. Actually, okay. Another the documentation for VCF and event. They weren't detailed docs like this. They were just stupid examples like these ones were. So another update for this is some of the documentation for the QR codes. I detailed out all the various fields. Okay. So basically this QR code.vcf, VCF is a virtual contact, whatever F stands for. So this is a contact card, right? We did that. So basically I have QR.vcf and I do first. And then what I do is the first name is the member name. I split by the space and I put first. The last name is member split last, right? And then I do member phone, member email, member website. Okay. For this particular use case, that's all I needed. I didn't need any of the other member fields. Okay. So where was I? I was here. All right. So basically inside, because this generates an SVG file. Okay. This macro generates an SVG that is a QR code. So I put that inside of an SVG stack. Okay. And in fact, actually, I probably didn't even need to do that, to be honest. I probably could have just done an HTML stack. Because I noticed when I put it in an SVG stack, it like does this funky thing where it does something weird. I actually didn't need to use an SVG stack. I could just put an HTML stack. Okay. But anyway, I'm getting beside myself. So here I have a lightbox that I set. If you look here, remember I said earlier, if you have a lightbox inside of the loop, you have to actually make sure that the ID is unique. So I did QR-member ID. Okay. So now that lightbox is unique for this member. Okay. And then in the social links, when I do the link container around the address card, I do data-open, and then the value where the lightbox ID needs to go needs to also contain the member ID. So I have QR-member ID. See? So I do data open. Oops. How did that happen? Data open and then QR member ID. Okay. And then I don't actually need to link to anything. So I just leave the default link to be JavaScript void 0. Okay. So yeah, that's how the QR code stuff was done. And if you're curious, I actually have some here now that we're talking. I think it was, did I have some QR code swatches? Oh, here. I had an SVG swatch that just makes the SVG use the primary color. Okay. So yeah, the SVG just uses the primary color. So when you click on it, even the color of the SVG goes with my website's colors. Pretty cool. Oh, another thing I didn't even talk about is, if you notice on each of these, I also added a little tooltip. So it shows you the network, right? So Mastodon, X, Twitter, YouTube, so on and so forth. That's super easy to do as well. Inside the SVGs, or is it here in the social links? In the link container for each one, I just put add tooltip and then LinkedIn. And then this one is add tooltip, Instagram. So on and so forth. Pretty simple. A lot of that stuff was, I just added like one bit at a time. It was like, okay, I just created like little task lists. Actually, another cool, man, I really got to get going. But something cool that I do when I code is I do stuff like this. Like, let's say this is some code, right? And I'll do a little to do blah blah blah. Okay. Right. Let's say it's if I'm in like an actual code file, it actually when I add the word to do to a comment, it actually turns this line orange. Okay. And what I found myself to do is, like, when I had an idea, let's say I wanted to add QR codes here. Okay. And I didn't want to forget that. And I could have like a separate to do app, and I do, but a lot of times for just simple stuff like, hey, don't forget to do this. Here's the little trick. Okay. I chucked a pen on the page. Okay. And then I did this. So I would do, like, I don't know, to do QR codes, something like that. Okay. And then what I do is I just set that to be orange. And let's say orange, I determine orange to be my to-do color. Okay. And then content is, I'm not going to add any content to this. I just always hide. So now I have this bright orange pen. And I know whenever I see a bright orange pen, it's a to-do, and you can even do something like, you can make it big, something like that. So you just do, oh, that's too big, but whatever. So yeah, I don't even think you need a header. You can like that or not, but I would just probably just do that. Right. So whenever I see an orange pen somewhere on the page, I know it's a reminder to me, like, hey, there's something I need to do. Like, I should add this QR codes right here, And I did that a few times throughout this project. I had an idea and I didn't want to add it to my to-do app. So I just kind of chucked, because I do that in code all the time. Like I said, I just chuck in a little to-do comment, and just to remind myself later, hey, eventually I need to do this. And I was like, why don't I do that with pens? And I kind of liked it. It was an interesting workflow. So take it or leave it. Okay, guys, you got me for an extra 15 minutes when I said I was going to leave. So I'm out of here. I promise. I'm gone now. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to call it there. I think I reviewed everything about this site. If you have any other questions or things you want to ask me, join me on Friday at the Hangouts or post on the community. I'm happy to help and answer things out. So take care, everybody. That was, I think, the longest live stream I've ever done. So hope you enjoyed it and learned a lot, and learn a lot in the future, because I'm sure you're going to rewatch this and play it and pause it and do all kinds of cool stuff. So take care. Hope you enjoyed this. Hope you got some benefit. See you on Friday. Bye.